It is day one of the Kerbal Saturdays Program, and it's not currently loading. Yay. There we go. Alright. So, time to have some fun. I'm going to start by creating a new save, because it's currently saved as a test run that I did earlier. Alright, so, career mode, is the best way to do it. Just call this Kerbal Saturdays Program. And I'm going to use, this flag. Alright, difficulty options. I'm going to go through a bunch of these. Let's see. No reverting flights. Allow quick loading. No respawned missing crews. And no auto hires. I'm going to allow entry purchases just for the sake of it because it's fun. Good stock vessels, no. Inventory layout. I don't know what that is. Now other launch sites because they're fun. Going to up range and heating. I'm going to leave that as is. I'm going to do I want to remove or enable the comm network? I'll enable. Keep starting funds. I might just switch things to hard and then enable what I wanted. Oh, okay. Allow the other launch sites again because they're fun. Do that up. Resource abundance. I don't know much about resources. I'll leave that at 50%. Yep, I'll leave that as is. Scrapyards. Not enabled, blah blah blah. I think this is fine. Advanced. Okay. Immediately no. No funds. Sure. Yes, they do. Pass on the G-Force systems, yes they do. Kerbal also have G-Force systems, but I'll just leave it as so. Part upgrades, sure. Crossfeed rules. Require signal for control. No, I'll keep path for control and I'll add plasma blackout. Range is always a weird thing, but I have some... I'll just keep range as is, and I'll enable extra ground stations because they exist. It's fine. Button manager is fine. Through blocker is fine. Contracts, crew risk recovery. We're not automatically selecting crew. Vacation hours for short mission. 1, yeah, sure. Maximum vacation hours for short missions. Let's do that. Okay, I'm just gonna make that 2 hours. Minimum vacation days. Max short mission length 4 hours. Yeah, I'll allow that. Minimum vacation days. Yeah, 7. Maximum is going to be 100. Yep, that should be fine. Engine relights. Leave everything as is. What's that? I'll allow that. It's all fine. It's for the test flight mod. Research bodies, keep that as is. Stage recovery. I'll keep that as is. TAC life support. I think this is also left as is. Alright. Let us begin. Alright, choose a preset for Kerbal Construction Time, otherwise known as Unrapid Planned Assembly. So, I want RB, which is one I created, which is just realistic build times, and it just makes things slow, which is great. Make sure it's working properly. Yeah, that seems fine to me. Save that. I have exactly one upgrade available, which I'm just going to put into a second VAB rate, I think? Yeah. Alright. Time to begin. And there's only one way to begin in this game, because of such a limited way to start. So, it's going to take me a minute to relearn everything. Going to get girders as landing gear. Just a trio of those. And just put them down like so. Let's see, I want some air fins. Both are as light as they're exactly the same. This one has a lower temperature limit, but yeah. I think this is too big. Oh no, it's not. That could be landing gear, actually. Yeah, I'll do that. That's lighter, so it'll go further. Let's see, of course I want some science. Let's see, this thing's only going to go to 3 places. On the surface, and then lower atmosphere, and then wherever I end up landing, which will hopefully be the ocean. So I'll do that. And parachute. And that's basically is where it's going to be. This is number 001. We'll make it a bit quieter in game, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit frustrating, I think. Yeah, because probably thousands of ships. Possibly thousands of ships, who knows? Depends on how far I get. I think 0001 is optimistic, but we shall see. So this is going to be Hopper 1. It's going to take 577 days to build. But it is what it is. Let's add it to the build list. And I'm going to rename this. Nope, that's not what I meant to do at all. Okay, let's try that again. Let's rename, not edit, to just Hopper 1. Alright. Oh, I need to select missions before I do anything else. Yep, got it. And you actually go back to the mission control. We're going to gather science from Kerbin and launch our first vessel. I haven't listened to the music in this game in a long time. Wow, I actually can't see Minmus. I didn't know that. Okay, I can see fewer things than I thought. But that's okay. Alright, I'm just going to whoop. And for the over 1 year it'll take to build the first vessel. I can really only see my own planet in Sarnus? Really? Wow. This is not how I remember research bodies working. Maybe the second upgrade allows us to see more things, and that's what I'm experiencing. Remember experiencing. We'll see. It's going to be a lot of this because of Kerbal construction time. Just watching the tracking station, waiting for the things. I really don't know what the correct audio balance is. I should probably just listen back to everything. Well, I suppose while this is doing its thing, I'm going to take a look at what's around Sonus. As you can see all the moons of this modded planet. The outer planets. But that's about it. We don't know. We can't track them. We can't technically see them there. Probably should have put that first upgrade on the first build to speed that up, but it is what it is. In this game, everything you do has consequences, but those consequences just push you to doing more new and interesting things, as opposed to just sending you around in weird circles. Alright. It's the loading bar in YouTube. Loading thing. Swirly. You know what I mean. Alright. It has been built. And I delete on close. I want to make that the normal thing for alarms. I have to go back to the main thing to have that updated. Time to roll out the hopper. 5 hours later. Where's the KFC? The KFC is here. I also want to walk till morning. I guess. No, it's right now should be fine. I do want to... No, not you. I want to go into... that. Right click. We wanted to... Auto stock alarms... So auto KAC alarms are selected. I hope there would be a button that says delete alarms, but that's fine. Ooh, there's Norsac. Oh, because I made it in a save called Norsac. Alright, so let's us launch Hopper 1 with Gem. Before I do, we'll make a quick save. F5. Yes. I will have to periodically delete my quick saves because they take forever to load. But here we go. Oh. I'm not beyond cheating to reverse something I've done wrong. Cheating. But yes, alright, so Alt L to lock the staging so I can't do anything stupid. I need to do a crew report and do a goo report and a view report. Who did something funny? EVA report, there we go, and I will take that just in case it gets deleted, and I'll take that, and I should be able to store. Alright then. Okay, so I need this open so I can do a goo report, and this so I can do one of these, and I need to make sure I tip over a little bit so I land. Let's go left, and I can land off of the launch pad. Alright, here we go. Alt L. First launch. Forgot to throttle down. Oh, I need to crew report and mystery gear. Good. I'll wait. Just point it this way. And then I hit Apple Apps, and I'll fire the thing, and I'll do this. Shit, I won't do this. Because it'll dive nose down. I can't have that happen. So, We're just going to stay as slow as possible. Try and go straight down. And hope that nothing breaks. Shouldn't do. I've done this several times, but still. Should be prevented from going down too... What am I talking about? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I want to actually open something. So we'll be able to see everything. Good. Come on, game. You can fail me. Oh, crap. Here we go. Okay. Okay, good. And you stop moving. Thank you. And I can't EVA off the surface because I don't have the upgraded mission control, I think. I wanted to open a spreadsheet that has helped me in the past. It's not complete, but it's something. Why can't I see it? Games. Where is it? There we go. KSP Delta V calculator. This will eventually be useful. You can't see it, but I might be able to do a thing for it. I think we're going slow enough to land safely. Dink. Okay, fair enough, game. Fair enough. Alright. Let's gather that data. I don't need to, but I might as well. Gather that data. Gather... I'll take that out. And I will do an EVA report. And then I will board and do one last crew report. Alright. Got a decent amount of science to run that mission. And if I check this, we've completed a vessel. First milestones. We have performed an EVA test at home. We have broken a speed record of 25 meters a second. We have launched our first vessel. Broken another speed record of 20 meters per second. 80 meters per second. Broken altitude record of 500 meters. Broken a speed record of 250 meters a second. And broken altitude records of 2,000, 7,000 meters. And returned to the surface. We've achieved our goal to launch our first vessel. And we have had a very nominal launch. Very, very good. Alright, I'm going to recover the vessel. I think it's just exit, and it's not. I don't remember how to do this. It's just that button there. Recover to VAB, and I'll just edit it. I love mods. Alright, I'm just going to do some... Just taking a pause. Again, you can't see this. I might as well put this on screen so that it makes any amount of sense. How do I want to do that? I want to... let's go display capture. Our new display, it's going to be... that one, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's not helpful at all. Let's drop that underneath a few things. There's something weird in here. That shouldn't be saying Civ. That should be saying KSB. Okay, why is it even in here then? That's weird. Rename it to Kerbal, I guess. Oh no, I deleted it. Did I? No, I didn't. What have I done? Crap, I deleted it. Okay. I need to gain capture, new capture, it's going to be window. Kerbal Space Program. Okay. And then I need to shrink it, put it behind things. Alright, I need to take... Sorry, just excuse me while I mess around with my settings, because I thought I had everything set up, and I don't. Okay, this needs to be shrunk. Oh, come on. Go away. Where? Oh, now I can't even see my face! Down, 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 down. Okay. Alright, we're having some technical difficulties, and I can't put up the technical difficulty stream, so just ignore me for a moment. Do you know, that's fine. I'll take it. It is what it is. Alright, so the point is, this is too big as well. Yeah, too big for... This is also still too big, but it'll do. So this is my KSB Delta V calculating spreadsheet that I built based on various formulae that I've put together over the years, back from my days being a sciencey student, a physics student, which I'm not anymore, but I still kept this because it's fun and it's helpful for this game. And I'll be using this in future missions, but I've gained 23 science. Very nice. I've recovered a bunch of parts and my crew. Very, very nice. 10 more science. First landing on Kerbin. Withstood 7 Gs, which was not the plan, but I forgot to scale down the engine power, but it is what it is. And altitude and speed records. There we are. Alright, let's cover the vessel, and, well, actually, no, before I do, I have exactly the science needed to gather both of these, which I will. So, what do I want to do next? Chances are I can escape the atmosphere on the next launch, but I don't know for sure. All the Mark 1 into flights above Kerbin. I just need to be flying at Kerbin, and I get science and money for it. So, this is a pretty good mission. Use the onion, use the swivel, splash down. That's not gonna happen. Test this thing. I think testing this makes sense. And testing this makes sense. I'll have the opportunity to escape the atmosphere later. I just needs to be... Oh, this has that range. Yeah. This one just needs to be... Oh, it needs to be at speed. This just needs to test the fleet at the launch site, which is really easy. I think I'll accept this one, because that's a pretty easy one to do. And I think I will escape the atmosphere. Alright, let's warp to that completion. Alright, let's take a look at the Hopper 2. So 0002, Hopper 2. Alright, so, don't need any of this. Get rid of all of it. Oh, wait, no, not done yet. I need to actually do the upgrades. How long's that tech gonna take? 9 days, that's fine. I have 2 upgrades. I want to speed up the build rate. And... I think I will get a little science as I'm researching, just to make things simple. Just to have a little bit of a backup. Alright, so I'm going to go into here. And warp. I need to get to the point where I can buy a bunch of facilities. So I need to look at those prices. I currently have 50 grand. I'm gonna need a lot more than that. And I need to remember that unlocking parts also costs money. Apparently I'm hungry. I'm gonna need to get some food at some point. I've got a snack, but won't tide me over for too long. Alright. So. Go back to the name. 002. Hopper 2. Space. And what do I have? Little engine. Swivel. You need basically everything here. So I have 69 grand. Nice. And I'm going to be going through my money very quickly. I'm definitely going to want the decoupler. Do I need a commutator? Not where I'm going. Not yet. It will soon. Definitely want the thermometer. That's a light. That's not useful. Alright, so. Designing these first launches is always very weird. But as long as I only go as long as I just do a hop and don't get out of the atmosphere, I shouldn't have to worry. Halt. I shouldn't have to worry about atmospheric reheating at least. Couple there, and we're going to have one of these. Okay, and I want to have a quartet of these. And we're going to have some science aboard. High atmosphere and space, so let's do that. And let's just move those in like so. And I'm going to need to gather these very points. So I can do the surface easily and land it easily. I need 3 then, so flight, high atmosphere, and space. I like space. So, 1, 2, 3. Nope, that. That'll do. Yep. It's just a little bit close to the actual ship surface. I think that's everything I can do. Fuel. What I might want to do is run a test flight. And before I do anything, I'm going to want to get this up. Want to what am I rocketing cues? Don't know why all of this is here. If you're going for an LF, we're going for a. I don't have one for solid fuel. Probably should implement one for solid fuel. To copy all of this. It's going to be solid. Watch me do maths live on stream. What's the dealio here? Rocket equation. All these are still sounds. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. That actually needs to be based on this. I need to delete that. Solid. Oops. dear. Should I have done this earlier? Possibly. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to remove that. Just leave that blank, it's not necessary. Okay, G should equal Kerbin. Heading, let's go 0. Straight up. Okay, so F means thrust. So the thrust of this hammer engine is ASL 197897. Thrust, let's put it 100% for now. ISP, the solid rocket booster. In ASL, in atmosphere is 170. Nope, that's wrong. The wet mass, basically the starting mass, is 8.395 tons. And the fuel mass, I probably need to change some of my calculations. Fuel mass is 2.81 tons. Why isn't this working? This minus that. What's this based on? Right. Fuel wet is actually in liters. 375 liters. Okay, we need to trace the calculations here. This is E minus C. Oh, right. This is not necessary to re-worry, but I don't know, let's just go 500 delta V. That's not what it is, but we'll just put it there for now. But I'm just looking at thrust per weight ratio, really, just to make sure everything is running correctly here. Which I think it is. I need to worry about fuel mass, 2.81 for 375. So this is not, it should be how did I calculate this before? This one I based it off of the liquid fuel amount, and I did so down there as well. So this should be based on the solid fuel amount. It's like 200. What is this? It's like 90. This was like 90 liters per ton. So this should be 375 divided 2.81. 375 divide 2.81 liters per ton. Yes. Okay. Just make sure everything's going where it needs to. Why does it say 1870? That should be grayed out. That's why I'm confused. No fill. There we go. Anything that I can edit shouldn't be grayed out. Okay. So all of this looks like a mess. That's because of the delta V here. And we can put it at 1,000 and it'll look like less of a mess. Oh no, we could put it at 200 and it'll look less of a mess. None of this matters, because all I'm worried about is the thrust to weight ratio. Oops. So this is time on seconds. Thrust to weight ratio, there it is. So that's not changing when I'm doing any of this. Now that just tells me how many G's I'm basically going to be pulling on the way up. So that's fine, actually. Meanwhile, I can do the same for liquid fuel oxidizer. Again, I'll just put this at 200 because it really doesn't matter. bit loud in my ears. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. Alright. Still might be a bit... I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to audio balance. So here, using the swivel engine, which has 167.969. And we're going to go 100% thrust. An ISP of 250 in the atmosphere. It's specifically sea level, but, you know. Wet mass is 4.752 tons. And the liquid fuel mass is going to be 4 times 45. Which is 180. I don't need to do the maths on that one. Heading 0, 2.7. I'm going to, in that case, lower. What happened with that? If error, put V. Why is there an error? Oh, that's why. Kevin. There we go. 3.61. Okay. I need to relearn these calculations, these calculators I made an age ago. So, I need to throttle it down. Thrust percentage. So that's going to be 50%? Uh, 30%? Because we're in... At this point, we're just going up, so... No, put it at 50%. Alright. So, let's drop that down to 50%. And we'll see what happens. Alright. That does, then that does, then that does, then that does, then that does. Good. Save that. What I will do... This could be expensive. Oh. I need to put Jeb in. Some 179 minutes. That should be cheap enough for me to do, so let's just run that test. Okay, just going to fire. I just want to make sure that it can get to orbit. Oh, I probably want those firing at the same time. Not orbit, sorry. Just get to space. Probably going to want fins on the upper stage. Looks like it might be fine. Just check this. I can't check this, it doesn't matter. But I might be able to see roughly how high this is going to go. I need to get it like up to there or something. All this needs to be is a sounding rocket. So... That looks like it's definitely making it to space. It's going to make it well beyond space. I should be able to see just how far it's going. I just want to see how far it's going to go. If it goes too far, if I burn up on our entry, then I can just remove some engines, some tanks, fuel tanks, and do a smaller hop. Not worrying about orbit in the slightest for this one. So definitely making it to space. I just want to know if I'm going to burn up on re-entry. Wow, get really high with this one. And once I know I've got it right, I can do it for real. But I think just basically half the fuel I had in the upper stage was plenty. So What I will do is about here. I'm going to tip over slightly and stage. And then I'm going to do that. And I just want to know if I'm going to burn up. I don't think I'm going fast enough to burn up, but I don't know for sure. Uh-oh. I lost something. I think I lost a thermometer. I lost a thermometer. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to hop that high up then. Alright, that's fine. Terminate simulation. That cost me nearly 800 funds. And now I know to basically just do a brief hop out of the atmosphere. You only need that much fuel. And I'll rename this again, apparently. Other 2. Just going to briefly aside to run the calculations again. I might just change this slightly. No, I'll leave it as is. I was going to change the size of the spreadsheet on the stream, but I don't know. What's the weight of this thing? This thing is 3.627 tons. So I want the thrust rate ratio to be 30. The fuel thrust percentage should be 40. No, yeah, 40 sounds good. Oops. Let's make that 40. Good. And for this one, it is 7.27. Thrust ratio. Wait, still fine. Alright, save that and save my edits. Well, no, I'll just change the title of that thing and then save the edits. Alright, so now we're building the Hopper 2. And, yeah. Now, I barely not enough science to do any of this, but I've got a little bit from researching things. Okay, so while I'm waiting, let's just check the prices of these things. These two are really expensive, I'm not worried about them yet. That's also really expensive, that's also very expensive. Everything's expensive. Everything's going to take a lot of money, so I'm going to need to do a lot of little contracts in order to upgrade things. Wow, these are more expensive than I remember. I guess I've put myself on hard mode. Oops. Alright, let us wait out the construction. In the meantime, I'll have some food. I'll figure out this later. Decide how I want to have that displayed. Alright, coming up on that. Let's roll out. That should be well. And check the launch site. Yep, that's all good. Let's do a quick save. And launch. Oh, yeah. Right, because Joe hasn't left the atmosphere yet. That's why he's still level 0. I'm going to put Val in the cockpit, I think. Just normal launch. Don't need to fill the tanks. Alright. Let's get a temperature display. Temperature reading. And get Val to take the data and board. Okay, I'm going to need all 3 of these active. So I can do them in quick succession. I'm going to get the crew report, I think, from space. I'll do a high atmosphere later. And I want both the mystery goos ready. Alright. Here we go. Let's do temperature reading. I need to run tests, don't I? I need to... Ah, it expired. Damn. Okay, so I've lost one of my contracts by mistake. Good to know. I need to pay more attention to that. Okay, I should be in high atmosphere soon. I think now I can log the temperature. Good. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Observe the goo. Good. Get rid of that. Alright. We have burnt out. We'll definitely enter space, which is good. Can't believe I failed that contract. Like, what's wrong with me? Let's get rid of all this. Yeah. That sucks. Just time warp, make sure we get to space. Alright. First Kerbal in space. Observe the goo, log the temperature. And, let's hope I don't burn up. Shouldn't do. Okay. Let's aim sort of this way radially and decouple. I want surface mode. Okay. Okay, here we go. And I'll just do that and trigger it manually instead of staging. No, I'm not going fast enough to burn up. Should be fine. Turn down the torque. Where's torque? Where's reaction wheels? Wheel authority. Let's turn that down to 6. go. More precise control. Although I suppose that's what fine controls are for. Okay. Stuff on my screen. There we go. That's better. You have to be more careful with contracts. How are my funds doing? My funds are fine, but my reputation is above average, which is good. And I have a decent amount of science, but I did mess up the contracts. That one's about to go kaboom. Kaboom! And I should be able to deploy to shoot. Still some debris on the surface I want to investigate, I think. Alright, first successful space flight in the Kerbal Saturdays Program. So I want to... No, wrong one. I want to spin around this way. Just so that she's facing the direction of that debris. Looks like the coupler survived, of all things. We should get a decent amount of science from all these things as well. Boop! Nice! I want to take... Oh, I should have taken one of these. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Take some data. And boop. EVA report. Shouldn't... I know what that is. I don't need to go over to it. Alright, let's board the ship. Let's do another temperature and a crew report. And let's recover the ship. How do I do it again? It's this one, okay. Nope, it's not this one again. It is this thing here. Recover vessel, recover the VAB. There we go. Relearning how to play this game. Ooh, 59 science. Very, 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 very nice. And I think Val upgraded. No, she didn't. I need to be in orbit to upgrade. Got it. Understood, Captain. How much do I need to do all three of these? I need 15 plus 18 plus 20, 53. I have plenty. I can do all three. Which is good, because I need some heat shields, and I need better stuff there, and I need bigger fuel tanks. But it's the next rung that makes things more difficult. Because I probably want these fuel tanks. These are all really, really useful. Most of these are, but I can't really do most of them yet. But I need these. Well, I can't. It's not that I can't do most of them. Okay, struts are useful when you have large side tanks, and launch clamps are useful. Makes launching easier. That's actually about it for the start of all this. These are more important, having swivelable tail fins. But I can do the exact same with this, so I might just avoid aviation for the time being. And just do that. But here, getting more science is extremely helpful, so... And having more electricity to do further missions. And it pushes me towards this, which has solar panels, which is extremely helpful, so... It's always a bit of a challenge figuring out what to upgrade in these early stages. My next goal is to orbit Kerbin, but maybe I should test parts first. Why did that expire so quickly? Duration 1 year. Oh, that was why, because it took me more than a year to build. Test the heat shield and flight over Kerbin. 1 year. Probably want to save the missions I pick up until right when I finish the second vessel. The third vessel. So, Let's recover this. Tech. It won't take too long to build. I have 3 upgrades available. I think I'm going to spend them here. I want to build things faster. Yeah, I'll put another one into that. And I'll put one into the space plane hangar preemptively. Yeah. Okay, so let's just go to the tracking station and time warp till everything's complete. I'm probably going to want to take a short break, like 15 minutes soon, so that I can have some proper breakfast. I guess I'll design a ship first. And then start the time warp again. Before I do that. How much money do I have again? I have like 100,000 or something. I can't see it from here. Okay. Another 5 days. And another 4 days. Alright. Alright, let's go back to the ship and edit. 100 grand. It's not enough to upgrade any of the buildings, but it's enough to buy a bunch of parts to build the next iteration of the ship. I'm going to need several things. Don't need high atmosphere anymore. Landing, obviously. Space, yes. So, and like in flight above various biomes. I keep forgetting about that. I'll just leave I'll leave this as is. This is fine. What I want is heat shields. Okay, we're gonna need a decoupler. And going to want one of these. Wondering what might be overkill. Because this was overkill before for the sounding rocket. But that just might make it perfect for the normal rocket. Alt. Also need to keep an eye on the part limit. I've got 30 maximum parts I can use. I think we should be fine. A couple of solid rocket boosters here should be good. And let's just lower those down and then lower these down. And I think, yes, I've got nose cones, good. Ah, it's too heavy. Shizer. I'll worry about the weight in a minute. I just want to get it stable. These are a bit heavy, but I think they'll just do good for stabilization. It's about everything I need at this point. Oh, barometers. But just a trio of those, like the thermometers should be good. Oops. What I might do, actually is move these down and move these up, just so it's less likely that these will be caught in outside of the heat shield. I'm just going to orbit. I do have extra ground stations, so don't have to worry about that. Don't need any of those. So I need to lower the part count? Really? Oh, come on. Okay. What can I remove? What can I remove? Oh, I only need to remove one thing. Let's use another one of these sheets. Stage view. Why do I have this? This is just testing things. Get rid of contracts at the moment. I have no memory of most of this. Well, anyway, stage view. So this ship is going to be 0003 Hopper 3. Let's just save. Hopper 3. Alright, stage by stage. I'm just going to do it as is, and then I will edit it from there. ISP of the... this is 170. Wet mass 18.49 with the mass of the fuel, which is... this calculation is going to be based on liquid fuel, isn't it? No, I think it's... no, it's just... no, this is the rocket equation, so it's just worried about the mass of the fuel. 2.81. I think. Yeah. All this is the rocket equation. The thrust of this is going to be 2 times 197.897. Oops, I need to have equals in front because spreadsheets. Percentage, let's just say 100% for now. And gravity is going to be Kerbal. Alright, so thrust weight ratio is fine. Delta V is very minimal. Alright, so next, I'll just Control Z to put these back on later. So this stage, we have the swivel engine, which I can see over here actually, swivel, 250. The wet mass, 11.255. The mass of the fuel is 3 of these 1-ton tanks, so it is... nope, it's 4 of them. So it's 360, but I'll just go 4 times equals 4 times 90. Yep. That can't be right. Nope. It's 1-ton tanks. I'm not looking at the volume, I'm looking at the mass. There we go. Thrust. The thrust of the swivel is that. Let's go 100% for now. It's probably going to be under. And we're going to go to Kerbal. Low thrust to weight ratio, but enough to launch. Delta V requirements. I'm going to go to Kerbal orbit. LKO. Still way under. So now I'm going to go swivel in atmosphere. In vacuum, sorry. Which I don't have in here. In vacuum, the ISP of this engine is 320. And the wet mass is 5.67. The fuel mass of 2 tons. That's not great. Doesn't look like I can make orbit with this. Oh, because there's 2 times that. Oh, that might be put me over the edge. No, it won't. Great. There might be another thing I can do, but I'll worry about that in a minute. Thrust is the same as that. Oh no, it's not the same as that. It's in space. I like space. 215, 100%, and again, curb and gravity. Really doesn't matter because it's in orbit, but yeah. Looks like just barely not enough to make orbit. I feel like I'm missing something somewhere here. Well, I can at least try. At the very least I can build it, and there's too many parts, yeah. I don't need the goo report from space anymore, so I only need one of these things. So what I might do... I'm going to remove the flag. Put this on the back. And I keep the 3 of these. I think. Barometer I need. Surface. Okay, launch pad, flight, high, altitude, space, and landed. So there's 3 that I can't reset, basically. Hopefully that doesn't obstruct anything. For the thermometer, I have landed flights. There could be several. I've got high altitude. I've got space. And landed, so I can get away with that. That might not work out. This looks so ugly. It is what it is. It doesn't drop the mass problem. It's better to remove fuel on this level. Let's make that 350. Nope. 349. 347. 346. Really? Okay. 345 then. I'm gonna need to upgrade the launch pad pretty quickly. I need to get a lot of money. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize just how hard this is gonna be. That's fine. I could do a lot of small contracts to gain a lot of money. That's fine. That's part of the joy of this game, is just doing it in the way that makes sense. Save that. It's gonna take another 400 days to build. Crap. That's fine. It'll build it anyway. It's just using the parts I've regathered. I'll just scrap this one. Oh well. You mess things up. And you have a bad time. The launch pad's gonna take 150 grand to upgrade. No, 100 grand. Okay, that's better than I was worried about. So just need to get enough money to contracts to do that and build the next ship. Because I'm definitely going to need more mass in order to do more stuff. So, and while VAB Oh, it's this one that costs 900. 900 grand. Got it. Yeah. This will still be 450 grand upgrade for the first time. Yikes. Alright, well, I'm going to set this to a slow time warp. Let's do the math to figure out how long I need to time warp for. 415 times 415 days, so 6 hours times 60 minutes. And if I want to divide that by, let's say, 15-minute break, I need a 10,000 time warp. So, yeah, I'm going to take a 15-minute break. Let's just put it to there. And I shall be back. Where's my timer? 15 minutes. All right. See you soon. You know, I've always found omelets to be kind of boring. But they are sometimes tasty, and sometimes you want to use up eggs. Right. And I still have half of it left, and I'll eat that over the course of time. That shouldn't be on the screen. It also shouldn't be on the screen. Streaming is hard. It's hard to balance what screen you're showing at any given point. Alright, let's take a look. We need to roll out the hover 3. Probably could have tested it to see if it would launch properly, but if it doesn't, that's fine. You know. Alright. I want to take a look at the mission control. That would have been helpful. That would have been helpful. Splash down the thingammy. I need to recover the... I just remembered I've got a debris over there I need to recover. That's this place, man. Hanger, that's not going to help me. Nope. None of these test missions are really all that good. I guess I'll try that. Okay, please work. Please launch properly. Please work. Oh, well, let's F5 here. And launch this with Jeb. Alright. I will need a mission control upgrade at some point soon to make this work easily as well. It's a lot harder to figure out. Oh, I have absolutely no control. Well, I guess I'm going to a polar orbit now. Okay, well, I guess I'm doing this. Alright, so we're doing that instead. Okay, I want to go down towards 45 degrees. 45-degree angle, please. Thank you. Let's just save a little bit of fuel. Could be a bit more efficient. This is very awkward. Alright, I want to do that. I just want to accelerate as horizontally as possible. Oh, I can get a crew report here. Let's do it. Oh, I forgot the barometry readings. I forgot the barometry readings. Okay, I need to quick load. Shit. Okay, I'm going to Space Center. I'm going to try to reload. What? What? That's not what I thought I had. What is going on? What have I done? Oh, I disabled allow quick loading. Crap. I needed that. Shit. That's okay. I can do a little bit more cheaty doodling. Kerbal Space Program. I need to go into saves. I need to go into Kerbal Saturdays Program. I'm going to go into Quick Save 2. Open with Notepad always. It's using it. Shit. Okay. Alright, we're going into technical difficulties mode. Stand by. Where things go wrong all the time. Yay. It's not. It's not using it. Okay. I'm going to create a duplicate of that then. Rename that quick save 3. Why would it let me edit it? Okay. I'm going to have to start from scratch, I think. Again. I've lost an hour and a half of progress. Because I failed to check my settings on startup. Great. I don't understand why it won't let me open this file. This doesn't make any sense. But I guess it is what it is. Welcome to the Kerbal Saturdays Program. We're starting from scratch again. Oh dear, I need to delete this because it's actually not going to work. I need to start all over again. So there goes some amount of time. Kerbal Saturdays Program. Oh dear. So the next hour and a half is going to be exactly the same as the last hour and a half, except this time I'm going to make sure my settings are exactly what I want them to be. That's fine. I'm going to put that up, allow the launch sites. Going to keep that as is. Advanced, Kerbal experience, part pressure limits, G-force limits, allow negative science. We're going to go plasma blackout. We're going to allow signal control, allow lack of signal for control. Part upgrades, ground stations, debug mode, nope. Rest and rotation, 2 hours maximum. I think everything else was exactly where I wanted them to be, so that's fine. I'm gonna leave this at medium. I don't know why it was at hard before. Yep, and everything else is just going to be remaining exactly where it needs to be. And I don't really care. Everything else is what it is. So we're going to start all over again. Yay! Oh, dearie me. Story of my life. If I do something wrong, I have to just start from scratch again. We're going real build. And the upgrades, I'm just going to pump it into VAB. Thanks, I've got it. Let's try and speed run everything I just did. Okay, we need that. I'm gonna do exactly what I did before. I'm gonna grab these on the back like so. I'm going to have a couple of those like so. I'm going to grab parachutes. Is that everything? 1, 2. Okay, nope, done. Nope, nope. Done that. Nope. Yes, done that. Okay. Okay. And yes, I know. Rename this 0001 Hopper 1. Save and remove the name. Now it'll be quicker to build. I can launch one. Go back. Okay. And just to prove that I have actually set it up properly this time. Yay, I'm doing my quick loads. Wonderful. No more worrying about forgetting to do something. And apparently I still can't see most of the planets, and that's fine. So, I'll still make progress by the end of the day. I'm just losing an hour and a half. I'm probably streaming for hours upon hours, so I could definitely get beyond where I did get. I just need to make sure I'm building the ships faster, and I'm building exactly what I did before, just quicker. And that I'm not missing out contracts because I waited too long. All of this is possible, and all this can be done in the next 30 minutes. No more time wasting. And I've done all the calculations already, so it should be fine. Okay. And roll out. Good. Midday launch seems nice. Alright. Going to F5. So quick save. F9. Yep, I can see the quick save. Glad I actually tested it this time. And let's launch. With Jeb. Okay. So, going to EVA. No, I'm not. I'm going to board. I'm going to do a crew report and a goo report. And I'm going to EVA and do a view report. And take data. And board. Both these open so that I can do the reports at the same time. I'll move them out of the way because they're kind of ugly right there. There we go. And you can go boom boom. Sorry, excuse me. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's launch. Oh, I didn't scale the engine again. Oh well. Fun. Observe crew report. Boom boom. I didn't accept missions. I didn't accept the missions. Why am I dum-dum? I'm not a dum-dum. I'm just forgetful. Mission control. Exploration. Gather scientific data at Kerbal and launch our first vessel. Okay, I've accepted them this time. I'm going to F9, F5 again, and overwrite the quick save. That's... Why did you do that? Why did you do this? Why did you do this? Whatever. It is what it is. Launch the ship. The sooner I'm back exactly where it was before, the happier I'll be. Okay, let's try this again. Crew. Goo. EVA. View. Take data. Take data. Board. Mark that as persistent. Mark that as persistent. Do that. Check the contracts. Yep, good. Alright then. And launch. Crew. Observe. Boom, boom. Lock. Lock. And let's go aim this way so that I'm not just landing back on the launch pad. Okay. Let's just speed up time because there's no point being so slow. Good. Heading down. Let's try that thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. Well, I'm going this way now. I want to see that. Yep, thank you. Good. And slow down so no glitches happen. I'm pretty sure they removed the glitches that caused weird physics to happen when you were going at time warp, but you know. I think I removed that a very, very long time ago. But yeah. But I'm still scared. And kaboom! Bang. Okay. And now I can EVA. I can take data. I can do an EVA report. I can board. I can do another crew report. And I can recover my vessel to the AB. Yay, I got the exact same amount of science, exact same amount of money. Research. Research. Alright. Probably escape the atmosphere, but I won't do that until I've actually built a ship. It's fine. Upgrades, people, upgrades. I'm just gonna double into that. I don't care anymore. I do care because it was something I was going to do. That's... Wait. When's my persistent? My persistent is here, so if I go back... Let me just quick save now. Go to my persistent. It should be right now. Damn it. KCT backup. It's here. What's the KCT backup? Oh. Of course, in trying to rush through things, you usually get things wrong. So, launchpad, give you flying, give you report launchpad. I think that I can still do an EV report from here. KSC, yeah. Big data, board, crew report. Alright. And let's try that again. Recover the VAB. Okay, now I can spend my upgrades properly. So the upgrades come from this. I don't know where the upgrades come from. I'm going to put one there, which is what I originally did, and one to there, which is what I meant to do. Okay. I won't be this exasperated later on in the stream. It's just that I'm happy to restart when things go wrong now, but if a mod breaks, like, weeks, months down the line, then that's the end of the Kerbal Saturdays program, because then I'd have to start all over again in order to fix it. This is what tends to happen, is I either get bored or I run into a problem that breaks the game. But yeah. Let's see how much science I get from this. Okay, good. It is day, actually. 14 science. Not really... Oh, just barely not enough to do this. I just need a little bit more science and I'd be able to do that. Is there a test at the launch pad? Fight over carbon. No. If I could do a really quick mission, then that would be nice, but I don't think I can. Yeah. I could get that real quick, but that's fine. I'll do that soon. So, time to get the Hopper 2 going, which is exactly the same thing I did before. 0002, Hopper 2. Let's save it this time. And remove that. I'll keep this as is. And let's open that. Three of those up there. I'm basically going to build exactly what I did before. Like, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. This is going to be exactly the same. Let's unlock both of those. I'm going to need both. Nope, not that. Grab that. Leave everything as is, I think. No, I want to put this down to 40%. Yeah, because everything else is... I think this ship is exactly the same as it was before. It's slightly heavier for some reason. That doesn't make any sense. Where's the extra mass coming from? From the extra basic fin, probably. Okay, let's do that. That ought to do it. I think it's pretty much exactly the same as before. Alright, let's mark this up a 2, let's save edits. I'm not even going to bother doing a simulation because I know how this is going to go. It's going to take another 320 days to build, so let's just do that. Then we'll accept some missions, and I'll try to remember. Oh, I can see Minmus. That's interesting. I suppose on easy mode I can see the planets, the inner planets. I just can't at the moment. At least it's going to make things easy when it comes to members, I suppose. Dearie me. Okay. Good, let's roll it out. And I'm going to want to warp to daytime now, because it's sunset at the KSC. Okay. Good morning. Isn't it great to stay up late? Alright, so let us launch with Val. It doesn't usually default to Val, so that's weird. But I'll take it. That's what I was going to do anyway. It is going to allow me to use Jeb, but okay. I was worried Jeb was dead for some reason. Okay. Let's take a temperature reading. I forgot to pick up missions. Alright, what missions do I actually have? What happens to go to space? What is happening? Why is nothing working? Why is that in a weird position? I don't know what's happening. I don't know why anything's breaking. I'm going to... and now that's broken as well. You can see how glitched the game and why they wanted to make a Kerbal Space Program 2, but like it just... And it's really sad it just didn't work. Okay, let's just wait till all these contracts time out. So I can get a bunch of new ones. What happened to the mission Leave the Atmosphere? Why was that not here? Escape the atmosphere. Thank you, game. Thank you. Can you give me anything else? Orbit. Mark II radial. A couple of splashed. Pull this into flight. I'll have lost it by the time I reach that altitude. Oh, it's the Thumper as well, so it's not even... None of these are good at missions. I can't use any of them. So, just going to escape the atmosphere then. Alright, well, doing exactly what we did before then. Who would have thunk it? Alright, F5 now then. Let's launch with Val. Okay, we're going to do a temperature reading. I'm going to exit with Val. I'm going to grab the temperature reading. I'm going to re-enter the cockpit. Alright, I want to grab each of these. So I'm going to flight, high altitude, and space. I want to grab both of these for high altitude and space, and I'm not going to be able to use these upon landing, sadly. I want this for space. Okay. We're back. Okay, log the temperature. Let's throttle up in preparation. Okay. Sweet. Should be in high altitude soon. About here. Here we go. Upper atmosphere, observe the goo. Boom, boom. Save that for space. Let's Alt L so I don't accidentally stage. Uh-oh. It should be fine. It's fine. Alright. Okay, what's happened to my crew report? What's happened to my ability to do a crew report? Why can't I do a crew report? I can't see the crew report. There's the crew report. What happened there? Observe the goo. Log the temperature. My goodness. I'm in space again. Yay. Let's just get rid of all these. I have escaped the atmosphere. I feel like we're going higher than we did last time. But it should still be fine. We should still land safe. I'm going to do that. Okay. Let's make sure we're totally on the reticule. There we go. And remember that caps lock is fine controls for the reaction wheels, so it's fine. Come on, there's the re-entry. Okay, parachute safe. Good. Alt L, let's fire. Let's remove the reaction wheels. Switch this to that. Kaboom! Drop this down. Let's hope I haven't butterflied away my ability to get all three of the techs, because that's going to cause some problems. Okay. And plop. EVA. Let's take the data. Do an EVA report and board. And do a crew report. And log the temperature. And recover the vessel to the VAB. I don't think there's any debris left over this time. Okay, I think I've definitely still got enough science to do all the things. Let's research all three. And actually have more money this time. I just want to check for debris. Nothing. Good. Okay. And I'm going to do exactly the same thing as before. Okay, I got 3 upgrades. I want a build rate. And this time I'll just pop the other one to here. Okay. There's no point doing surveys yet. I need planes to do surveys on Kerbin. Okay, and stability. Yep, general rocketry. Now. I want to do the Hopper 3 differently this time. How much money do I have? How much did the Hopper 2 cost? 7 grand. I might be able to do something clever here and upgrade the launch pad at the same time as building the new ship. I only need one of these, so I can toggle the flag and do that. But just do 2 of these, and I can do things over multiple missions if I want. I don't actually know if I'll have enough enough money to upgrade the launch pad at the same time, but it would be nice if I could do that. Because it costs a lot to buy the parts, and the ship itself is going to cost a lot. these. I'm going to actually do a simulation this time, so I can know what actually I can do with this ship. Okay. Again, we're going to go with these. Let's see, everything's 100%. Hopper 3 is basically the same as before. 0003, Hopper 3, save that. We'll actually make these 3. Just 2 of those. Really, I only need 1 thermometer, because I'm not going to be in high orbit. So I can afford to... oh, that's wrong. No, I'll leave it as is, it's fine. No, I'm not at my full part limit, but it doesn't matter because I'm at my full mass limit. I can very riskily build this and upgrade the launch pad at the same time. Let's just run through the maths again. This is 18. This is now 18.524. Really, that should be window capture. Why is that a display capture? Can I window capture? I can do that. It's going to just be any old Excel thing. But I think it's worth it. Problem with it is Kerbal Saturdays Program is full screen, so nah, let's just get rid of that. Doesn't really change anything. Right, so that's still the same. I need to remove these and tell you what I will do. I will actually do window capture of that thing. I want to crop this down on the right. Do that. Then on the left, get it down, so removing those. Okay. Let's cut it down at the top. And the bottom. Okay. 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 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Yep, 90. There we go. That's gonna go here. Yeah. You should be able to see what I'm doing. I'll just lower that down so it's on the same level as these. And then that'll completely override that anyway. But yeah, I think I should be able to scroll down as well so I can show this one instead. Alright. Okay, so just gonna click there so it's not annoying. So at this point, that should be 11.289. That's exactly the same. And if I remove that, this should be 5.101. Still short on delta V. So what I might want to do is do that. Then to each of these, I just equals this plus the wet mass of the whole thing, which is 1.125. Oops. Equals plus that. And this should be 5 now. I'm still off. So I'm going to do the other way around instead. Do this at the top. This is still 4. And instead adding that amount here to here. And this is now 3 tons, and that puts us over the edge. Little room to maneuver. I don't like that a lot. I think to be safe... Oh, there's the mass as well. I think I can afford to do that. No, I'm going to have to just bring this down to what it was. I'm going to reduce this to just 3. So I've removed the mass. 0.037, which isn't a lot. Okay. Minus 0.037. And it doesn't matter because I have to drag this down anyway. Thrust. Okay. 350, too much. 345, still too much. 344, nope. 343, nope. 342, just barely. I think that we're not making space. But at the very least, at this time, if something goes wrong, I can remember to do something about it. And I'm going to... just move this down slightly, get it out of the way. Because I do actually want to do 3 of those. It was the mass issue, wasn't it? So I can still upgrade the launch pad, I think. So if I just save this, leave. And save my edits, and I'll go back in if I can upgrade it a little bit more. Okay, I can. I'm leaving with 7 grand left. It's not an awful lot of leeway, but it'll make it possible to orbit Kerbin. I think it's worth it. Let's do it. Okay. All right. 1.125. That's equals. That's not going to help me. Okay. It's not actually upgraded yet, so it can't help me. But it will be upgraded soon. Make this 2.25, just add 2 tanks instead. This 2.25. And then put 1 in the middle stage and 1 in the upper stage. And then make this 3 tons. That, I think, will do it. Yeah. Lower the thrust of the upper stage to 40%? 40%. The middle stage is fine, the lower stage is also fine. It's a very tall rocket. And it does indeed look phallic. This is what I'm going with. Now, how long is it going to take to build that? And okay, launch pad will be quicker than the rocket itself. That's good. Okay, well, take 2. We're going to do it properly this time. Don't need that at the moment. Okay, I'm going to be back at 1 moment. I shall see you in a moment. Grabbing a chocolate. Alright, I need to face cam. There we go. What was the complete of the ship? And why can't I roll out? What have I done? I did. Okay, it's gonna work now. We'll just check the life support in here at the moment. Let's drop that back down to 0. Let's raise that to max. Don't need monoprop, that shouldn't even be in there. That's causing a big weight problem as well. Alright. Alright. What you got? Mission control. You don't even have orbit curvin. I've already got the orbit curvin. Part testing. Terrier. I don't have that. Splash down the heat shield. That I might be able to do. Okay. Let's try that. I just need to aim to land to splash down then. Alright. Let's wait till morning. And let's quick save F5. Oh, right, I haven't rolled it out yet. I'm smart. I'm smart. And again, just barely... Oh no, because no, it'd need 40 signs, 45 signs to do what I want to do next. To get the next thingy. Alright. I'm going to... Probably go into here and delete those quick saves. I don't need them anymore. Delete that. Can't. I wish I could select them, select a multiple, but I can't. Delete that. Cancel, and then I will F5. Alright, we're going to launch with Jeb. Okay, so going to run a barometer reading at the top. Let's just snag that. Okay, so let's open up all the pressure readings. I can open that because I could probably do that at flight. Get the barometer. And I'll do crew report in flight as well. Nope. I want that open. Okay. Let's try this again. Not touch anything. Just until the solid fuel boosters have run out. And I'm on the swivel engine. Okay. Okay. Now I can bend over. Just want to hold while I do that. I do a gravity turn. Good. Keep going past that. Can now log pressure data and do a crew report. Okay. Basically want to be at that line there by 32 kilometers up. Okay. Alt L. No idea where I'm going to need that to be. Okay, I'm going to just flatten it out. So I have no idea how much fuel I'm going to need to make orbit. Let's just try and circularize a little bit. Stage destroy, that's not surprising. Okay. Let's try and accelerate, see if I can push it out of the atmosphere. So I'm about to reach apoapse, and I am not out of the atmosphere yet. I'm in the exosphere, which is nice, but not enough. Come on, game, come on. I have absolutely no idea. I have enough to be just a little bit over-enthusiastic, so I'll do that. Okay, about to see. Got a land distance record. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that or that anymore. I think I'm making it space. Made the space. Now I'm going to point down and just perform a radial burn and circularize. And now I made orbit. I think we're good. And I think I had way too much fuel. Not way too much. I probably could have gotten by with just a 40, just a quarter tank, but guess we'll see. And I have pretty much made my money back. So upgrading the launch pad was a very, very good idea. Got a message from somebody. Oh. The UK is on fire. I'm in space. I cannot spacewalk. I need to upgrade some things first. Why do I have no data? I thought I reactivated the ground stations. That's concerning. But worry not. If I did forget to activate the ground stations, then that's okay, because I can just build a relay network in space. I can do that. All right. Let's orbit around the Kerbin and figure out where I want to land. Let's just deactivate the engine. I want to splash. So let's figure out the best way to do that. How much power do I have? Okay, I can stay in space for a little bit. I think this region makes the most sense. Thought there was a larger stretch of ocean in the equator, but apparently not. Alright, I want to do that, I think. You can't see a thing. Okay. That should be enough. I'm going to F5. I'm going to Alt F5 actually. There we go. So if I'm wrong, I can do a cheap and easy burn to get the splashdown I want. And needs to decouple that. Okay, let's point retrograde like so. And let's hope I can splash. Oh, I've missed this game. Copernicus Watchdog, which will always remain there. And Eve, which does exist, but I need to go and find it, apparently. Okay, it's re-entry burn time. There's a decent chance I may accidentally land at the KSC. Which is not the plan, of course, and I can fix that if I do. There's also a decent chance that I haven't put my Peri Apsis low enough, and I won't even land on this pass. Let's just go back to the ship. Uh-oh. That looks like a land landing. Yeah. That is a land landing, so I need to Alt F9 and try that again. I need to go a bit higher, so I need a point prograde. Okay. I'm not risking any more than that right now. Alt F5. And let's do this. Alt L as well, so I don't accidentally stage and trigger the parachute. Okay. Oh, I need to do this. And let's do that. Okay, trying this again. Right. See what's happening. so far, obviously. You can see cities from space, but they don't actually exist. They're mirages. And this is a mod that I've got, I think, that's allowing that to happen. Let's check this. Okay, got splashdown. At the moment, let's hope that sticks. Oh, hang on. Yep. From. It looks like splashdown this time. Yep, I think we're good. I think we're good. Good. Should be able to test the heat shield splashdown at Kerbal without issue. Now, oh, we're not flying at Kerbal yet, so I can't do it. Yeah, we got it. Boom. Wait, what was that? That was flickering. Oh, flying over Kerbal's grasslands. Could have done that. Oh well. I'm not time warping again. I'm done time traveling. It's time to actually... Oh. Time to actually play the game. Finally caught up to where I was an hour ago. Aha, I can do that. Local temperature. Sweet. Wheat and sweet. Oh, I still need that. Stage destroyed as expected. Going to need to put parachutes on them to save them. Sploosh. Alright, log the temperature from the water. Run the test on the heat shields. Boom. And let's grab Jeb out and run an EVA report. Let's take the barometry and that and board, and I can run a barometer test and a crew report and a goo report. Alright. Mission accomplished, finally. Well, not fully accomplished. I could have done a temperature reading over the grasslands, but it's mission complete. Recover the VAB. Finally, we've done that mission after another hour of restarting the entire thing. Oh, finally. Okay. 68 science. Fantabulous. Brilliant. Which one of these do I want? I don't know which one I need. I need more science. But none of that matters if I can't get further. And the rocket I have is basically taking me as far as I can go because it's the absolute maximum part limit. This will allow me to go further fuel-wise. If I can get to high orbit, then I can get a little bit more science to allow me to get basic science. All that being considered, it would be very helpful to have these. I think I just need another zone where I can get more science. And the best thing to do that is high over Kerbal. So, I might as well do this, get high over Kerbal, do a bunch of tests. Then I can launch a bunch of small missions with the Science Junior to get extra science from various places. Which will allow me to get this control. I don't really know. But I can replace the barometer with this, and that'll allow me to do several missions with that. I really don't know. The ones that are counted out, like this, the most useful thing is this here, and I can use that. I can do that later on, and then this, which is plain parts. I don't need to do plain stuff right now. I could do survey missions just to build up a little bit of science. I can just take a look at that actually. Surveys. Atmospheric survey, readings above, useless. Readings below. In flight below this. This doesn't give me any science at all. Is the issue. So it's actually not all that useful. Whereas in this could be useful. Take pressure readings in flight below this. It gives me 6 science total. Which isn't a lot, but it's something. I think it's, what was it, Manly Secret? This one here. This is Manly Secret, Sizzle Surprise, and Shellcott Surprise. So these 3 here. Which are pretty close, and then just gives me something I can do. But it does limit what I can do. It gives me something I can just do to get a little bit of science, but it's really doesn't allow me to go further, which is what I need to do. With this, I can get the parts required to do a flyby of the Mun, with the exception of battery power. I cannot get to the Mun with the batteries I have. I really need to upgrade the tracking station. I need patch conics, but I do not have the money for it. And that's the other thing. Surveys give me some opportunity to do some of that as well. But they'll all be with these plane parts, which are kind of rubbish. Right, planes aren't really good until aerodynamics. But it's good to get practice using planes, because eventually the goal is to have space planes that can do most of your launch work. This has the Terrier engine also, which is more efficient and lighter. It is tempting to just get aviation real quick, but yeah, that doesn't help me in the short. It doesn't help me in the short term, let alone the long term. What gets me the I need to know what gets me the most science. Hang on. Technology. Archives. That's the one. I wish I could know when I got these. So, flying in space. Mystery goo. We're gonna get mystery goo from the surface now, though. So, like 2.4 each. Temperature reports. I think what makes the most sense, though, is to get those reports from high above Kerbin, because that'll let me the most science in one go. And the only way to do that is with this. And then again, I can do a couple of these to get a bunch of science junior readings. And this will also allow me to go to Mun, which is relatively easy to do. Combine these two for Mun. And while I'm doing those things, I can wait. I do desperately need this, but I can live without it, as I've shown from the previous mission. It's tempting to do those atmospheric readings, because that's a really good one. It's really close by, and nets me a cool. What is that? 65,000 funds. 65,000 funds. 6 science and 11 reputation. It's pretty good. But yeah, that does require building a plane, which is a waste of science in this case. And is loud and slow. I think I'm gonna do this. Yep. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is actually more expensive than that was. Checking the prices of everything. Yeah. Yeah. Explore the Mun. I can't do Mun yet. I don't have the electricity to get to Mun. So I'm basically going to upgrade my tech, get a bunch of science, and see if I can get some contracts to just keep me liquid. And I'll have to go from there. What was the extent on those contracts I have at the moment? Part testing, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. Okay. Let's recover the vessel. Oh, wait. I should have an upgrade because yeah. I think I get upgrades from getting techs or something. I'm not entirely sure. It's either techs or milestones. I don't know. 8 or 9 days. That's fine. I think I'm just going to put this into VAB. Yeah. Wish I'd made it so I had to research members too now. I didn't know. I didn't know. But it's fine. And let's warp till advanced rocketry is completed. Go standing up. Just for a little bit. Alright, so for the hopper 4, what is the plan? Okay, let's start by reducing that. But yeah, the electric charge is depleting so much faster than life support, so yeah. Make this one white, I think. That's just the inversion of this. I mean, this is mostly just going to be the same as the previous one, isn't it? Let's unlock the Terrier engine. Looks so ugly. No new science. Not an awful lot of new anything, really. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna load the Hopper 3 and just base it off that design. It makes most sense to do. So let's place all of that with this and this. I'm going to put that there because it's less ugly, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to remove those and just get rid of it. So that had 2.5 of these basically, but this also had 2.5 of these, so I should be able to get away with 3. That, and that. And I'm going to want a swivel engine. Now the problem with that is it's not very powerful. So if I just plonk on a couple of those, a trio of those, let's turn on that. Hopper 3. This is still 250 seconds. The mass is now 12.507 tons. And this is 6 tons of fuel. How is this lighter? Oh, because this is lighter. And this is now the Terrier engine. And that. Its mass is just 4.106 with 2 tons of fuel. And let's just put this 100%. Oops, not 1,000%. But yeah, this is now a lot weaker, which makes things a lot more difficult. The swivel engine becomes just non-viable over time, so... but I can do this, of course. But I have more wiggle room when it comes to parts, so this isn't going to last as is. That is exactly where it needs to be. Okay, so this gives us just a little extra fuel for a slightly higher hop. The problem with that is this is just going to be a money sink. It's going to be a money sink and get me a bit of extra science. That's all it's going to be. So without the planes, I'm not able to get more money at the moment. But if it gets me another... How much science do I have? I can't see how much science I have. If it gets me another... I think... 30 science, I think? Then that will be plenty to have the electricity needed to do a flyby of Mun. And that will be a big boon, money-wise. And science-wise, because then I can do get a bunch of science from the flight around Mun, which again could go into flight control. Actually, I'm saying flight control, but I might as well just skip flight control, because that gives me reaction wheels, yes, but it also gives me the control services. But aviation also gives me control services, so it's not necessarily necessary. So I can probably just do aviation, and that allows me to have the control services and make planes. So that's actually probably a better idea. I've already got this one here to get these, and I can do the next upgrade to get the batteries, and then I can do the third one. The only problem with that is that those batteries only get me 100 extra electric charge. So it might still not be enough to get to Mun. I might need solar panels. I'll have to see. That tech does give me a probe control, but that has no stability. That has no stabilization. So I'd be basically constantly mashing controls to keep stable, and I hate that so much. Yeah, this is as good as I can get. I got 5 part spots remaining, so I can do several things with this. For example, I could use these to just lift me up a little bit further, which gives me a little more breathing room when it comes to the swivel engine and its lack of power. This is now 23.355, and this is now 3 of these engines, and this is now 3 of those engines. Yeah. And yeah, that lets me just a little bit extra delta V, and a few other things that aren't necessary, because I don't need all that much delta V for where I'm going. Really more for the sake of knowing what I'm doing, I guess. I don't know. Let's do that. And that. What I am going to do is I'm going to grab this at last. Don't know how useful this is going to be, because I think I forgot one of the settings that made this more useful, but I'm going to give it a go. Oops. I can't zoom in further. Okay. To CF. Wait. Still slightly off. Local, absolute, so... There we go. Just pop it out of that, like so. Just a little bit extra something, which is going to change all this, but that's fine. That's just now a 6. That's just now a 1-2. And that is just now a 1-1. Okay. Overwrite that. Still got monopropellant as well. How heavy is monopropellant? Monopropellant. Mass 0.04. So this should be 356. 507. Nope. 8. This should be 07. That monopropellant genuinely does just a little bit there. I think this is actually lighter. This is lighter, so this would have been useful earlier on, but I'm just concerned about using that. Alright, save. And I'm going to save my edits. Now, everything on there is basically everything I'll need to get to Mun on a flyby route. If I still have this open, so I can actually equal this to... How do I not have Mun flyby in here? I should have Mun flyby. Mun Minmus flyby. You can't see this, by the way. You want that open. I'm editing this bit here. This should be equals, what I got, 3,400 plus. I mean, these are basically the same. I'm always going to launch at the right time so that I don't need to do an inclination change for Minmus. So it's really just 860. There we go. If I say this equals that, then for Mun or Minmus flyby, I have everything I need. This rocket will get me there. The problem is it won't last long enough. So, if anything... Okay, looking at that. Yeah, about 22 signs is all I need. I should get this from this mission here. If anything, I'm wondering if I should do this first, because this will allow me to do those small things. Because... know what I'm talking about, because I need to do more. Scheiße. I need this materials bay. If I can get the materials bay, the science junior, then I can hopefully get enough science to get electrics. Because these only have 100 extra charge in them, and I can only have space for one. So I can't even get to the moon at this point. So, if any, I need a lot of science to do both of these at once. That's the issue. Okay, worry about this later. I got this first mission. That's what we're doing. Alright, so you can't see any of that. Alright, let's time warp. It's trickier than I thought. These early stages of the Kerbal Saturdays Program are tricky. So you get to the point where you can reliably get science and money, or, well, money more than science, and have the technology to regularly do such missions. It's just really tricky. Alright, let's roll. Oh, I need to rename. Hopper 4, roll out. Let's take a look at what the mission control has to offer. Collect science from space around Kerbin. That's a pretty easy one. The rail mount, sparks, the Mark 1 cockpits, decouple on suborbital trajectory. That's the T-18, so that's not useful. Okay, but I can do this one. That's not a lot of money. It's a little bit of extra science, which helps. In fact, I think that pays for the rocket. Yeah, that pays for the rocket, so that's good. When will those all expire? In 5 days. Okay, so before launch. Oh, epilepsy warning. Just checking something briefly. Okay. Right. Let's check now. Explore the Mun. It's not happening. Fly by the Mun. I mean, that's the good one. That's the one I'm trying to get, but it's not something I can do right now. Do you want to see if I can do anything? No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's not really any other mission I can get, sadly, right now. So let's just wait till morning. Check one last time in case something new has popped up. But I don't think there's anything. T-18 decoupler, there's some tourist missions. But I can't do any of these until I can control the vessel, so that's not happening. I'm actually curious about something, because there's a... Okay, this is where you get the P cockpit, which has the capacity of 2. Yeah. So that one I could have, say, Jeb or Val as pilot and have a tourist on board. That's worth considering. Definitely worth considering. And also something I can use for rescue missions. So there's definitely options for what I can do. I don't think any of these offer science, just money. So there is something. But I'll worry about that after this mission. So F5. And let's launch with Val. Into a high orbit around Kerbin. Okay. Right. Don't think there's anything that needs actually doing at this precise moment, so we can just straight up launch. And then wait till the solid rocket boosters expire and start pitching over. It's actually pitching that way because it's heavier. It's heavier on that side. Okay, come on, let's keep pitching. Just keep. Oh boy. Let's just lower the thrust there. Oh, that my angle is way off. Crap. But that's okay. I can make it work. Just don't have a crew report from upper atmosphere. Did I forget to get a pressure scan from the upper atmosphere? Yes, this is not ideal, but it'll have to work. Yeah, I think the next thing I need to get is aviation. Right, I need to get those surveys so I can do at least get some science somehow, and then I can slowly build up the science to go further to get the mun. I think it's just what I have to do at this point. I need those tail fins for control on launch. It's just going to be what I need to do. To be fair, but yeah. Okay. Alt L and full thrust. I have plenty of fuel. This, like I said, this rocket is powerful enough to go to the mun. It just doesn't have some of the important attributes of a Munna rocket. A Muna rocket. I think a little bit further should suffice. That'll do it. Let's extend the antenna. I really do think I forgot to turn on extra ground stations. Okay. Still can't spacewalk. I'm not going to be able to spacewalk for a while. There we go. We're now high above Kerbin. Just keep an eye on my electricity. Crew report. And gear report. And barometer reading. Here we go. So looking at what I have got. 4.5. No, 10. Wait, 10.8. Wait, what? Oops, shit. Yeah, 4.5, 10.8. 9. So yeah, I've definitely got enough to get at least one more. If I'm lucky, and I don't think I am, I might even have enough to go further. Okay, should have enough electric charge to circularize into a full orbit. Okay, we just circularize. I think Planet Shine isn't working properly. Of course, it's going to be nearly impossible to tell what the right altitude is for re-entry, but it is what it is. Where's Planet Shine? Distant object. Planet Shine. High performance mode. Whoa, okay. I think for streaming I want this a bit higher than normal. Okay. Something like that. I'd prefer it to be like that, so it feels more realistic, but again, it's impossible to see on stream. I'll do that. I'll leave it there for now. It's fine. Alright, I'm in orbit. Just keep an eye on the electricity. Oh, wait, I want to to quick save. Alt F5. There you go. Return from orbit. Got some good data. Destroyed things. Should have enough electric charge to do a full orbit before returning to the surface. Okay, let's just go into the cockpit and go around. Should be able to see Kerbin. Why can't I see Kerbin? There it is. Oh, that view's great. I love that. Look at that. That's screenshot worthy. F2. Yeah. Keep an eye on the pod's charge. Bit worried. Think we'll be fine. Okay, I'm going to call it there just to be safe. Let's go retrograde. Let's figure out what the correct periaps should be. But yeah, plenty of fuel. This ship is very good for what I need it to do. Okay, I'm going to go there and hope that that's enough. Alt F5. And let's hope the electric charge is enough as well. But a good test of the electricity as well, because we've been in space for just a couple of hours and it's already failing. Okay, let's point upwards and decouple. That's the heat shield, that's not helpful. Couple. Alright, and let's point retrogrades. Oh, and let's retract that so it doesn't get damaged. And I don't need to see the electric charge anymore, it's all good. I've broken a speed record of 2,500 meters a second. Oh. Let's also check how the heat shield holds up. I did replenish the ablator from last time. And yep, it's protecting everything. Wunderbar. And yep, we're going to land. Are we going to land or are we going to splash? Is the question. Oh, I've got a crew report from space, so I can't. I need to be able to do EVAs. Looks like we're going to splash. I think we're just going to be just off the coast here. Oops, sorry. Neck. Check if anything can be... tests can be done. I don't think they can. Clouds, but... I mean, there's a couple here, but... yeah, I'm not doing those at the moment. hoping that Restream will actually work now. I'll be back in a moment. Turning off the heater. Because Restream wasn't playing a chat message from earlier, so if you're still watching Level Up Gaming, I'm sorry for not hearing your chat message. I have text-to-speech, but it wasn't working. No, I'm not a fan of Dragon Ball. But thanks for the recommendation. Okay, sploosh. I don't think there's anything extra I can get from down here. I don't think I can get a barometer reading. No. And I've already got an EVA report from Kevin's Water, so there's no extra signs I can get from down here. But that's okay. So I should be able to just recover this VAB. And I have the rocket that's going to take me around the Mun, not going to get me into Mun orbit. But a slight modification will fix that. And I have enough science to do what I wanted to do. And I think it's just going to make things easier if I have tail fins. I don't see any reason why not. And I can do the planes. Because again, this will get me the Science Junior, which will give me a little more science from here, there, and all over the place. But it's multiple separate missions to do that. I can take advantage of tourist contracts to get that done. Or at least I could if I combined it with this, but it doesn't really matter. Just using that is just a bunch of little missions, which just drains my money. So there's no point doing this yet. Not until I can back that up with another way to make science and money. And the way to do that will be the aviation, so I think this is where it's at. Seems a bit strange, but it is what I want to do at this point. I'm going to make planes. So I should have an upgrade. I'm putting that into the spaceplane hangar. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to take a short... Yeah, I'm going to take a short 5-minute break, and I'll be back. So, yeah. Alright. I want to charge my phone. Probably want to sit down shortly. Okay, speak. Short down. Sit down later. Sit down now. Probably could have had some time warp going on, but while I was on the break, but I didn't, so it's all fine. Okay. I'll worry about exactly what survey mission I'm going to do later on, when I've actually built the thing. It's going to be a while. Actually, I also want to look at, because I might want to build a rocket while I'm doing things. So, still explore the Mun. It's never going to not tell me to explore the Mun. Again, I literally cannot explore the Mun right now, so I might be stuck with just making a plane. Because I can't tourist missions either. Why are only 2 missions available? There we go, that's more like it. Part testing, you can test the P wrench module landed at Kerbin. I mean, that would give you the opportunity to use it, but it takes so long to build the thing. There's no point. Radal Mount Drogue shoots, surveys, tourism, yeah. And still explore the Mun. This is probably actually the best one. Because you're being asked to fly by the Mun and gather scientific data. So, what I might do is accept that. Just to acknowledge that this is the exact one I want. Because there's no point getting to orbit around Mun. No, I'm just going to dip into the Mun sphere influence in and out. I don't have any way to control anything else without Patronics, so yeah. And I'll get 1 observation in flight below. This is the gold standard one. So Alri's Adventure. Alri's Adventure. That's a long way away. That's the other issue, is that with the early planes, it's really hard to do things that are far away, so I can't actually accept that mission. Okay. Let's get aviation tech. Okay. Alright, let's build a plane. Okay. This is where the fun begins. Liquid fuel. Probably gonna want both of those. Don't have... no, I don't. I need the little one here. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need both of these. I'm gonna need a lot of these. I'm going to need wings, obviously. We're gonna use swept wings. I don't know if those are the right size. They're expensive, so I don't really want to get them over not going to use them. Get that. Get tail connector. Okay. I think it makes it too long, but I think it's still worth having this tank because. Nope. 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 Yes. Yeah. I think it's still worth having this tank because it just gives you so much range. I'm going to need all of the landing gear. Need that right at the front, and I need these right down the back. Probably not there, to be honest, but, you know, just for illustrative purposes for now. Aerodynamics, I do need these. And I almost certainly need these. Just do that for now. And the other thing about these jet engines, they're absurdly and obnoxiously loud. Let's check the center of thrust and aerodynamics. Center of mass, rather. Don't think that's going to fly very well. Why is it upside down? What? Can't see anything. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I just want to move these up and back. And I want to bring this down slightly. I'm gonna regret trying this. Okay, good. That's the right one. Don't want that on the cockpit, but I want this to be in line, so... Oh. Okay. Crap. Oh, it is the wrong one. Scheisse. Good enough, probably. I don't like that at all. It looks ugly. Oh, dear. I don't think this thing's gonna fly very well at all. Oops, not that. I wonder if... I don't think this is going to help much, but if I do like that, I might just get a little bit extra stability. It's so front heavy, and removing the fuel is not going to help me there. Okay, instead remove that and put these at the end there. Why didn't that help me? This is not going to work. I'll tell you for a fact. There is a mod that allows you to tell. An aerodynamics mod. I don't think I have it. I got to test it by simulation, but I know that this needs to be basically right there in order for it to be stable. I think this wing is a distraction right now. Hang on. I want to try something. Shift Alt. Yes! So that's not going to help me, but if I do that, I can do that. Okay. 3. Move that back. Move that back. Still need to move the center of mass back. I think might just do that. Feels dumb, honestly, but so does this plane. Okay. Start from scratch. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. If I can do that, it'll drag the center of mass backwards. And then I can put engines on it, like so. Let's drag it back a little bit further. Then I can drag those off. To rotate them, so. I need to bring them up to there. This doesn't look very good. I'll grab a tail fin on the back. This guaranteed to fly poorly. And I will actually drag these down a little bit. Now we'll rotate that like so. This is so ludicrous. Oh dear. Oh, I can't steer. I can't control the thing. Okay. 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 Okay, I'll just put these at the very end. This can't possibly go well. Got an email. make this roll. Let's make this pitch. And I'll have this control yaw. I do not like this at all. Take a look at the center of mass. That drags it too far forward. Can I slip this in between? Just for a little bit extra to work with. Comes to flight surface. Well, it's just the. I don't have the part space to do science. Damn it. I need these on the wood, or I can't do anything. I need to shave 2 parts. Okay, I'm gonna replace these with these there, and just have them both do yaw and roll. That's the best I can do here. And I need to grab these. So fickle. What is going on there? What is happening? I'm gonna put those on here, I think. I'll put these. You know, I'll put these there to try and have some semblance of normalcy. Centricity. I'm going to take this and I'm just going to make it local, and I'm going to drag it back into the plane a little bit. There we go. Okay. What could possibly go wrong? 001 Aerial, which is tradition. Aerial, which is a tradition for me to call this the first one Aerial 1. It's going to take a year and a half to build. Let's do let's save it. Let's run a simulation of the runway. If this doesn't work, then I don't know what I'm actually doing. Okay, this is going to be loud, so... There we go. I need you to launch, please. I need to take off, please. I'm going to take off. Okay, great, lovely. That's not going to work. It needs all this thrust. But it needs more control surface. So this has to be purely roll, and this has to be purely pitch. No, this has to be both pitch and roll. The trouble with the starter plane part. Launch, please. Okay. There we go. We're going. So it will go. Again, it is loud. Okay, that's not too bad. But will I be able to land it is the question. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I need to reduce the authority on those. Okay. There we go. Okay, I need to be able to land, so let's just roll around. Raise the authority on those so they can actually turn easily. Let's roll around like so. If I can't land, then this is pointless because it's just going to get the pilot killed. So, let's just do that. Terrain lent. Okay. I'm going way too fast. Going way too fast still. Come on, kill that, kill that, kill that speed. And brake. Shit. It works, it's just very difficult to fly. Or very difficult to land, rather. I think if I don't have enough thrust, it's not going to launch correctly. If I don't have enough attack angle, I can't pitch it up correctly. So it's got the exact maximum that I can really work with. If I have more fuel, it's not going to fly correctly. Yeah. I brought it down to the absolute essentials, I think. So it's going to take several attempts to try and land properly with this thing. but I wonder if the materials pay would have been a better idea. Well, this is what I'm doing. So the Area 1 is coming into production. I wonder if I have made a mistake, either in accepting the Muna contract or what. I can't get rid of it, so. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the hopper and, yeah. All I'm going to do at this stage is just make my modifications and name it the Hopper 5. I'm not going to do anything else. But it's basically a munshot, so. Actually, that's not true. I'll reduce the size of the upper tank because it doesn't need to be that big for just a low orbital hop. But I will replace these and I will reduce these. There we go. This is all this thing needs to be. Okay. This is going to be Hopper 5, and I'm going to save the edits. But I believe I do have a second VAB rate, so I'm going to actually spend a little extra money and start production on another one, which is going to be the basis of a Muna rocket. So 0006 is going to be Munshot 1. And it's going to be almost identical, to be fair. I'm going to add this tank here. There's one spare part remaining. Later on, that can be a singular solar panel. Might not have to be, because I might be able to reduce this even further. But as far as I'm concerned, this is... yeah, this is going to get me the Mun. Nice little flyby, but I need a solar panel. Apart from that, it has everything I need. It just needs a solar panel. Because yeah, I keep telling myself, and I am correct, batteries are not going to be enough. Probably remove these. Say wait, because I'm not going to be able to do any EVAs. No, because life support's not going to be helpful either. Those drogue chutes might be useful for the plane. I have an idea for the plane. I'm gonna get this into production. The Munshot 1. Which again just needs those panels, so that's over 100 signs away, so I'm not gonna be able to build it for I'm not gonna be able to actually use this thing for a while. But it's being built, so there's that. I had a sudden flash of inspiration for the aerial. So I'm going to go and test it. How much money do I have? 79 grand, okay. 002 Ariel 1B. Don't need that. I'm doing this instead. And yes, it looks silly. But it saves me parts. That's very important. Oh, the service bay. That's not useful to me right now. Because I could get away with just these. I don't know if cutting away a quarter of the thrust is going to be too much of a detriment, but I'm about to find out, because I can land by launching parachutes. Either drogue chutes or regular parachutes, or both. So I'm going to start, which is equipping a couple of drogue chutes, and testing a flight. And it's more expensive, but if it means I'm landing safely, then that's better than nothing. Simulation, there you are. Okay. Again, it has 1/3 the thrust. Oh yeah, I need to reduce this to 15. Increase that to 30. Take off, please. Okay. Okay. Whoa, okay. Whoa, whoa. I did authority limiter. Oh, that is correct. Let me do that. What is happening? You shouldn't be rolling. What are you doing? You should be rolling. Okay, let's, I need to do that. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's get close to the ground and run drogue chutes. I actually don't know when to use drogue chutes, but I'm going to do it soon. Okay. Forget the drogues. I'm going to use what I know how to use. I'm just going to put regular ass parachutes on here. another simulation. This is going to waste all of my money doing this. Oh, I thought to do the thing again. Shit. Okay, I'm going to do it first. I'm going to increase the authority limiter of you. You're not allowed to roll. Why are you doing that? And you're going to reduce. Okay. The 3 engine is fine then. But I might even be able to get away with 2 engine, but I'm going to stick to 3 for now. Shoot. Okay, please. Take off, please. Okay. Why is it going up? Okay. Nope, not that one. I meant to do this one. It's temperature overlay. That's not helpful. Trying to enable. There we go. The aerodynamic display. There we go. Just a little bit that way. Reduce and turn. Basically, the theory behind this is that I sail over somewhere that makes it easy to do anything. I cut the engine, I pitch up, and I fire regular parachutes. It's gonna make me land nose down. That's not a good idea. But this is why we test things. So new plan. I'm just gonna put 2 of these at the front. And it occurs to me this actually needed to be double as far away from this as this in order for it to actually tip it up, and I did it the wrong way around. But yeah, if I land it like a space pod, then that is a way to do it. I'd like to land it like an normal plane, but it's not cooperating. And in part, it's just these wheels are so bad. Yeah. Let's just do the way it makes sense to me. I want to put these in the cockpit where they're going to be safe. Something like that. And let's just do this. This needs to have full authority. This needs to have less authority. This needs to allow roll and pitch. This needs to not allow roll. I don't know how that got allowed. And yes, it looks ridiculous. But it's okay. L1B. Do I want to test? I do want to test one more. I need to do this. Because if this doesn't work, then I'm screwed. And if it does work, then it means I can do this over and over again, which is better. F12. I should be pitching the back down. They are actually causing a bit of drag, interestingly. And flip. There we go. Now, the test I'm going to run is also going to combine this with range. I'm going to fly over to the runway. The island runway. Just over there. And I'm going to try and do a soft landing on the runway. How much money do I have? Testing this is costing me thousands of funds. Turning it down on my ear, it's really loud. There we go, that's nicer. These engines are so loud, they're so bad. The Juno engines. The next set of engines, the next engine, the Weasley, I think it's called, is a better engine. It's quieter, it's more powerful, it's less awkward to use and to include. And yeah, just the aviation tech is just better in so many ways, but this does allow some things to be done, and hey, it's fun to get onto actual flight and not just rockets. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and slow down above the runway, as if I was going to go in for a runway landing, and then I'm going to just land using the parachutes. Okay. And maybe drogues would be useful here, but I'm struggling to use drogues, so it's not. And fire. Whoa. And it's gonna land me just a little bit shy of the runway. Shut down these engines because they're loud and annoying. And toggle the brakes. And we'll see what happens. I don't have any signal. That is so strange. I would have thought I would have signal. Alright, game, let's see what you want to do with these things. Okay. It's those wheels. Those wheels are so bad. Everything else survived except those bloody wheels. I can do a crew report from the island airfield. But yes, regular parachutes works. So that's why I'm not going to use drogues. I'm not going to try and land this like a normal plane, because those wheels are so bad. They're so weak. They're just terrible. Tolerance, 50 Gs. It's just so bad. Compared to this, tolerance, 50 Gs. It just says they're fine, but like, it says they're the same. It'll survive the same impacts, but these things just get damaged so easily. It's absurd. Alright. Well, I'm saving my changes, because this is actually going to fly properly. And I have Hopper 5 on its way. Yeah, Hopper 5 is on its way. It'll be able to do something. I don't know what. It's not going to be able to do any tourist missions. It's just there to get a little bit of science, I guess. There's some contracts that say science in space above Kerbin, so we'll see. Flight planning. Yeah. I need the tracking station upgrade. That's what I need. So, I do need to save up money in order to do that. I'm going to do a bunch of missions and get just a bunch of money. But I don't need to do this to go to Mun. The people have landed on Mun with far less. I certainly don't need it for a flyby. But, yeah. This is turning out to be more interesting and more difficult than I predicted. Alright. This one's actually pretty close. Is that below a certain altitude? Because that I can do. Below Kirim's prize? No. No. Alright, let's just wait. How long have I been streaming for? Doesn't actually say. The stream thing... Restream seems to think I've been streaming for only 50 minutes, which is not true. I think the stream glitched at some point. No, it does. It says 10 a.m. Okay. So I've been streaming for about 4 hours now. And I tend to keep going. I am getting a bit tired, but I do intend to keep going. I want to get to a position in this game where I'm sure I'll be able to keep going, I guess. I don't know. I want to get some distance in this game today. Alright, and I'll, one thing I might do, for the sake of the plane, I can buy a point for science. It's a bit wasteful. I won't save. I won't speed up. I won't save that much time. No, there's no point. So these two rockets are just going to be sitting in storage because I can't use them. There's nothing I can do with the Hopper 5. Oh wait, what are we doing? I might be able to do something with the Hopper 5. If it asks me to get science in space around Kerbin, then no, the Dragon Heat Shield. No. They're going to sit in storage until they're ready to be used. I have them, at least. But my goal is to get some good survey missions going, and once I've done a few of those, I hopefully will have enough science to do the next thing. I need to do a lot of those, to be honest. Okay. I'm also getting science for... Well, I am getting science for building things, so there is that. So I might just do that. Spend a bit of science. Upgrade the spaceplane hangar. Yeah. Flight above, flight above, flight above, really? Part testing, the thumper, and flight above Kerbin, really high up. Spark engine, the radial decoupler at the launch site? TT-38K. Which one's that? Through the staging sequence. At the launch site? Gives me a little something. Alright. I'm going to grab this, because I can make one pretty quickly. What am I looking for? Decoupler. Yeah. So all this requires me to do is test the decoupler at the launch site. I think I'm losing money on this, but I'm getting the science. I don't know. Let's test one. I don't know why I'm doing this. Just something to do while I'm waiting for the plane to be built. That nets me a little bit of science, so there's that. Alright, roll out the test. Okay, let's do a test launch. Jeb. This could go very poorly, by the way. Bing. Why did I think that was going to be fine? Why isn't it working? Test it at the launch site. How easy it is for things to go wrong. I need to read through this again. Activate the part through the staging sequence and all test conditions are met. That's what I did. Okay. Let's try having another stage in there. I don't know, I'll fire a parachute or something. And I can fire the parachute first, and then I'll do the test. This is so humiliating. This is so debilitating. Being thwarted by a simple test like this. It's absurd. Now, all I need is just a little, which is the science required to go to the moon. I've definitely lost money on this test. Like, just saying, I have lost money on this test. Alright, test conditions. Are they met? I'm at Kerbal. I'm on the space launch site. Staging process. Yay, we did it! Finally! Good. Cover the vessel. Normal recovery. That was so dumb. Oh, that netted me a little bit of money and a little bit of science. There's that. And the aerial should net me a bit of science as well, just from being built. So I'm just gonna let it be built. 5 years into the Kerbal Space Program, we've done 4 launches, and then waited for a plane to be built. It is what it is. Okay, just barely not enough science to do thingy. Surveys. Below. Are these close? They are. They are. Okay. Okay, so we've got several different things. We've got these temperature surveys with Kraken's Whim or Jebediah's Vision. I can only do one. I don't have enough slots. Mission slots. Observational Jebediah's Vision, yep. Observational above. So this is it. This will net me a decent amount of money and a bit of science. Which will help. So let's wait till morning. And go to the space plane hangar with Aerial 1 with Jeb. No, I'll do it with Val because Jeb's already done something on the surface. Alright. It's no easy abort if something goes wrong, by the way. Alright. Going to activate navigation to that. Here we go. Go. Of course, upgrading the runway will help. So, yeah, that'll also be good. Alright, these are crew reports. I'm turning this down on my end. It's too loud. Okay, there we go. I can actually hear myself think. That's good. Alright, so let's figure out where I am. So it's there, there, and there. Then I'm going to land. Or, well, I'm going to splash down, actually. And hope that I survive. I haven't tested this landing at sea. The crew report's gone. The crew report's gone. Again. Why is the crew report gone? Okay. Okay, I can't go to map mode because it's going to break things apparently. Oops. Okay. I should at least be able to do physics warp. You do that, do that. It's going to pitch down, apparently. Flying past the island runway. Whoa, it went again, it went again. Why did it go again? Miscellaneous crew report. Why is it down there? Well, at least it does exist. It's just in a weird spot that doesn't make any sense. Come on, up. What a very strange bug. Yep, entry. Crew. Alright, and then we need to turn southward. Oh, this game is quite pretty. Alright, up we go. Up we go. Up we go. then we hope that we land correctly, and I forgot to quick save, so yeah. But we have enough science to buy the batteries at least, so there's that. And that'll allow me to start doing missions with a hop of 5 using the materials bay. And technically also put the materials bay on this, but that's something that'll be useful for one flight each time, so... Let's pitch up before it visits warp. To turn. There we go. Okay. Yeah, now I'm going down, but it's fine. Okay, good. And crew report. And that's mission success. Mission complete, anyway. But not yet accomplished, because I need to actually land safely. In the middle of nowhere. Well, I'm going to try this. I'm gonna Alt F5. And try just firing the chutes and see what happens. Okay. Shut down these obnoxiously loud engines. Okay. Curious about what the aerodynamics saying. Oh, it's just putting drag on there. There's like 3 colors. There's drag, lift, and I think lateral. But yeah. It's going slow enough that it shouldn't really damage anything at all. But knowing these wheels, they'll almost certainly just disintegrate. They'll dissolve into the water. Everything survived! Okay, sea landings are fine. Oh, that's a shot too. Oh, that's creepy. Wow, I didn't know the ocean looked so cool from underground. It's underwater. I think it's one of the mods I've got. But yes, we are fine. Good. I can now recover the ship, the plane. Spaceman hangar. So this does work. It's just not gonna land like an actual plane. Sweet. Oh, and I got a lot of money out of it. And I got enough science in order to buy the first of those. And this is my target. There's other things I could get, but none of thing I can get is going to be in any way useful right now. Except these plane parts. No, 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 nope, no. We are focused. What else is on here? No, stop it. No, we're focusing on getting the solar panels so I can go to the moon. That's going to be a boon for our science. Oh, wow. I think it's just giving me... Oh, no, it's giving me this. Readings on the surface at Kerbin's relief. There's a problem with that. And the problem Oh, that's really not far away at all. That just requires me to wheel over. That's wheelie easy. I'm going to quick save. Well, what I'll do is I'll go into quick F9 and I'll just delete all the quick saves I have. Do not need all of these. They cause loading issues later on. Game, what did you do? Please tell me my persistence is after the landing. Okay. I'm going to quick save. And then I'm going to accept that survey mission. And Cabin's Relief. Because I can do that pretty cheap, quickly and easily. Because they're just on the surface. So let's warp to vessel recovery. Do I have any upgrades? I do have an upgrade. What I want to do is upgrades. I want to speed up plane production. Which is not going to be useful for the time being, because this plane will be sufficient for what I need to do with it. But it's going to help later on. As I build bigger and more ridiculous planes. Alright, so, just going to check. I don't even need to refuel it, I can just launch it. I will F5 a second time. And I will launch with Jeb, who's just doing a test. Okay. Why did the staging screw up? That doesn't make any sense. Turn it down as well. Okay. I'm just doing that. Wait, before I do anything, I just want to target. Activate navigation. Do not want to go very fast at all. Good. So where is this? Okay, I need to just pause briefly. Once I've stopped, just on the EVA. I'll take an EVA. Oh, it's not going to help me. It's over there. Okay. Okay. Game. Thank you. Okay. You need to go around here to get to there. At this point, I'm not even using it as a plane. I'm using it as a rover. 10 meters a second is all I'm comfortable doing. It's about the speed of a car. I just need to take pressure readings at the surface. Oh, I didn't even think to take pressure readings in certain spots. Just take a temperature reading, get me some science. I need to do that on the runway. It's probably going to be a while before I get there. There we go, that's quieter for you. So I'm going to be looking at this screen for a bit. It's going to look very boring. But it's going to get me there at least. They're not too far away from it. So it would have made sense to me to get temperature and pressure readings on the runway. I think that would have made some sense. Because there's a surprising amount of science you can get from the KSC, because every single building has its own biome. Technically it's not a biome, it's a geome, but you get the idea. The prograde reticles just bouncing up and down. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Bing. Okay, I'm going to keep it actually. I'm going to just start the turnaround. Head for this site. This should be a cheap and easy way to get a lot of money. Okay, that's actually going to be the same sort of area, so it's the same biome. The Kerbal Shores. And I won't even need to use the parachutes for this. Alt L, so I won't do that. Yep, log overwrite. And I'm actually going to reset this time. And let's turn around and go for the last site. Yes, this is going to be a very easy and very lucrative mission. Needs to be a little science and a lot of money. Might stand up again. Might get a chocolate. Might get some hydrolyte. Get hydrated a bit. I gulped a bit more than I could chew. Swallow. You know the idea. Oh, here we go. Log temperature, pressure data, and break. Sweet, easy mission accomplished. And let's shut down those engines because they're obnoxious. I don't fancy trying to take off from this area, so I'm going to have to just recover the vessel. Since I'm here, it is tempting to head back to the KSC and just get a bit of science from around the place. But it's not desperately necessary yet. And I have the vehicle that I can do it with regardless. So I'm not quite bothered. So let's recover the spaceplane hangar. Good tests of the plane. Glorious. Okay. Neat. Yep, that's a lot of money, which is very, very nice. I can actually buy the mission control upgrade. I think that's going to be good. And it's going to allow me to do maneuver nodes. Which are very important. I don't think there's anything else I desperately need to upgrade right now. Certainly nothing that I can. Except this, which allows me to do EVAs. Or do I want to save up my money for something more important? Okay, on the surface, above, on the surface, above, below. So, we're looking at Dawson's courage and Kanuki's oversight. Okay. Both those are pretty close. I could easily do either of those. The real question being whether I need to at the moment. It is just about getting just a little extra science. And yeah, I think I will upgrade the mission control. Allow me to get more active contracts, and as soon as I can do Paxtronics, I'll be able to do maneuver nodes, which will be incredibly helpful. I'll still have 50 grand to work with for other things. It's plenty. And yeah, it's just a good idea, I think. Admin, I really have no need for admin at the moment. I'm so strapped for every resource at the moment. And I don't even have the reputation to work with here. But yeah, how long will that take? 87 days. Since they seem to be surprisingly flush with cash, I might buy some points and upgrade development. Yeah. It just doubles the speed of that upgrade. Yeah, I'm gonna go into here, and I'm going to do. I can only do one. They're both temperatures, so things. This offers me more money, so it is better. Yeah. And so just doing a few of these things, and once this is complete, I can upgrade the Hopper 5 and do a bunch of little missions to get a little bit of extra science with the materials bay. Hopefully to get to 90 science, which is 6 times what I have at the moment. And then finally I can go to the moon. I can definitely do that before the end of the stream, so. That is the plan. I'm going to warp till morning. I think the other one's still available, isn't it? Yeah, so if I can do this quickly, then I can do the other one. Only problem with that is that I can't switch back to here, accept the mission, and then go back to the flight. It'll delete the airplane in the air if I do that. And I do not trust to land on the airstrip and then take off from it. That's not going to work. So I'd have to recover the thing, accept the mission, then send it out again. All the more reason to have the upgraded mission control, I think. So should be good. This is going to be another Val mission. Don't need to refill the fuel tanks. Plenty of fuel in there. I think. Yeah, plenty. Okay. Another cinematic shot there. I love the equivalent of photo mode. What's happening? Uh-oh. Oh, this is where I don't want to be. Shit. Shoot. Okay. That wasn't wasn't supposed to happen. I don't know why. Okay. Going to quick save. I'm going to Alt quick save. Let's try that again. Okay, don't do anything stupid. Okay. Okay. We're good. Heading to that one, I think. I forgot to do the thing at the runway again. Do that on the next flight if I remember. I need that. Alright, it's going to be a minute before this thing actually gets to the location, so I'll be back in a moment. You can stare at the screen and listen to the loud noises. Grabbed a little bit of hydrolyte just to be a bit more hydrated. Whoa, why is it shaking? Why is it shaking? Okay. Log temperature. Good. Now I need to... It's the wrong way. Go this way. Stop shaking. Good. Lower the temperature. Roll this way. Up, 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 up we go. Also, this is altitude record for this plane, I think. Whoa, 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 what are you doing? Stop shaking. Stop nosediving. Come on. Come on. Here we go. And low temperature. Good. Slow down. And toggle that. And fire the chutes. That's mission success, baby. And I need another 60 science, nope, 70 science to get to the moon. Sweet science. So looking forward to the next gen in the plane series, though. But once I'm going to the moon, I'll be getting a bunch of science from there. I won't have to use this plane anymore, and so I'll be able to upgrade to the Ariel 2 without issue. And kasploosh. Alright, let's recover. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I'll gather the next one, and that's flight below. Just a little bit of extra science. In this case, just I might as well do it. That's the only reason. But I think this will be the last one. Just gives me a little bit extra money and all of that. But then I'm going to warp to when the materials bay is available and try and just use that for a bit. There's a bunch of science I can get with that thing, and just requires using the hopper a bit. It allows the use of a test at the launch site with the hopper, and then just one with the several materials bays. I can get one in flight, in the upper atmosphere, in orbit, and then high orbit. Yeah, that's the idea. Might actually be able to put a materials bay in the plane. Thinking about it, so I can get the flight science from the plane, and have 2 materials bays on the hopper and then 2 on the munshot. So I can get. I don't know how many I can actually fit on either of those, so I'll have to test that. But let's launch the Ariel, this time with Jeb. Hang on, how many flights do these guys have? Val's had 3, so I'm going to launch this with Jeb. Alright. Let's target Dortmund's Courage. And let us fly. Hello? Oh, right. Whoa! Nope, 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 no, 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 no. Why are you doing that? No, no. I forgot to fix the staging. I forgot to check my staging. Turn a light over here. Alright, let's try it again. And 2. Upgrading the runway would be a really good idea as well, because it's very bumpy at the moment. So, with a bit of extra money I'm getting from this, I think upgrading the runway is the next step. It's almost certainly what's causing the issues here. Okay. Not that. Pretty close to these two, so it should be fine. Terrain, log, reset. Entering, log, reset. Let's turn around and head to the north spot. I need 150 funds in order to buy the upgrade, so I may actually need to do one more set of recons to afford that. Curious what's causing us to do that. It's just a random oscillation by the looks of it. I don't want to break the plane by accident. Up, please, up, please, up, please. Okay. Oh, flying over the grasslands, nice. Do I have any other signs I can get? Board. You can see my house from here. Let's turn. Do I want to try landing here? I think I do. Yeah. Don't think I'm going to get more signs from the grasslands than I am from the ocean, so let's not worry about that too much. At least I know I can land this thing safely, even though I can't land it properly. The next one, hopefully I will, because I'll have better wheels. Oh no, one would have. shut down the engines because they're loud and annoying. That's better. Oh, dearie me. My goal with this series is to try and get to the point where I'm exploring this game to its fullest, because I've never gotten particularly far. I've gotten to the point where I am sending the first small missions to the inner planets, and I just don't get very far after that. All in all, I'm great at getting into orbit. I'm bad at doing most other things. Well, getting to orbit and landing on the Mun. I'm bad at other things. So, break. Yay, we saved everything! And I can get a barometer reading, so that is good. Let's just recover. Did I reset the barometer? I hope I didn't. I've already done EVA. Okay, board. I cannot crew report, but I can barometer reading. Alright, let's return this to the space plane hangar. Sweet. Alrighty then. Neat. No new ribbons for the Jeb. For the Jeb. Surface, flight above. Just enough money to do that. But whether I want to is a different question, because that's going to put me down to 26 grand. The good news is I can just pick up anything anywhere and just send out the plane to get a quick dump of cash. So I think it's just a good idea in general. Yeah. All right. So that's what I'm going to call it with the plane stuff. Let's get this tech and get some materials bay observations on the way. Okay. Probably going to need food at some point. It's been a few hours. Finally. Okay, let's go into the hopper and see what we can do. How many parts are available? 3. That's good. Do I want to do this in the hopper? Yes. Yes, I do. I can't do this in the hopper. Because I can't return the science without an EVA. I need to upgrade the astronaut complex. Which means I need more money. Damn it! Alright, we're doing more surveys then. I have a mission to get data from space around Kerbin. I could do that in the hopper, just quickly. Above, below, the surface, above. Below Jebka's courage. Okay. Where's Jebka's courage? Schiaparelli's resignation. Billy Bob's curse. Scott's courage. Jebka's courage. That's too far away. I won't be able to get there. I might have enough fuel to get there. But it's a very, very long flight. I don't want to do that. No. I'm going to wait a little bit of time. I'd like that collect science mission, but I can do better than that. I'm going to wait a little bit, and... What are those surface ones, actually? Is the surface one really close by? Yeah, but it's on the grasslands. It's not really at this KSC, so it's a bit more dangerous. So no, maybe not. Let's just wait out these missions and see what we get next. How much do I need? 150. Yeah, so I need to do a number of more plane missions. I can't actually launch any planes until the runway's finished upgrading. So I'm kind of stuck for the time being. Yeah, back myself into a corner here. But what I can do is just update the aerial and put the thingamy on it. How many parts? Exactly 30. What I can do, though, is put these close to there and then do this exact one over here. Which is ugly AF, but it will work. Because this has more torque, so it'll lift it up that way, and so there won't be as much issue. I hope. And that just gives me a little bit of wiggle room to conclude on this thing. Actually, thinking about it, there's actually a completely different way I could do this. Where's my science? Thinking about it, I could actually just remove those and just put it there. Which would solve the problem. I can't leave if I do this. Like that, maybe. Not sure that actually works, does it? But could drop this as ballast on the ends, just a bit of oxidizer. Drags that backwards. How much lift does this give? 1.37. So 3 of these would match. Would more than outpace it. Because the other thing I can do is just drag the lifting body further forward. Maybe not with tail fins at the front, but with, like, winglets? Hmm. 1.2, 0.37. So instead do that. I have to move these, probably. Just gonna redo those. That solves the lifting body problem. And that solves the parachute problem. But now I have a part limit problem. I think I can solve it. Instead of using these and those, I use these. Oh, I hope they're not inverted. That solves the part limit problem. I think these are also extra lift, because these are 0.5. So removing those, so 0.5, yeah. So this is greater lift. This might be better just in general. No, because it's going to cause a problem. This is now a new thing, so this is going to be 003, Ariel 1C. And it's going to take a minute to build as well. I mean 32. Oh, right, because there's 2 of them. Oops. There you go. Alright, that solves that problem. Fix the staging. And let's just check what happens if I remove the oxidizer. Okay. Yes. There we go. It actually gives me the parts to do this. Okay. Oops. It is a fundamentally different plane. Which I now need to test. So we're going to do that. Can I afford to test this? Not really, no. I'm just going to have to go with it. Most of this I know works. I know that the parachutes work. I know that this has just got more wing surface. As long as these aren't flips, I can fix them. I can even just invert them because I know they're in the right spots. I think this will do it. So I'll just rename this Aerial 1 and remove the monopropellant because that could also cause a problem. Let's just check the weight actually. Yeah, it drags back a little bit. Electricity, I can remove these. I don't need any of these. That also saves a bit of weight. Yeah. I'm curious, does this... It does not add a part to put this in there. That's interesting. So I could have an engineer... I could set this flying with the part in there, with an engineer inside, and install it and then launch. That's a silly thing to do, but it's possible. Alright. What I will do is I'll drag these down and then rotate them. Gives a bit of a wider wheelbase and just allows me to tilt the nose up a little bit. This might not work at all, but I think it's a good idea. Alright, I'm going to save my edits and hope that I still have any money left over after that expensive upgrade. I do, okay. I probably could have still tested that, but that's fine. Feels silly to not give it a test, seeing as I can afford it. 168 days for that upgrade, damn it. Yeah, I'm going to simulate this. Okay. Okay, let's have the aerodynamic display. Okay. Already getting more lift, which is good. Okay. Again, the uneven runway is causing things to move back and forth, but I'm sure that will be fine. Still not going to get enough speeds to launch before it hits the end of the runway, but it can launch. And 3 engines is plenty. Okay, and now I don't even need to try to land, because I know that all I'm going to do is cut the engines and stage. And should still land without issue. And it's just a little bit more robust of a science plane. Only issue is that the materials may can only be used once, so I'm going to have to do several missions in various ways. It's going to take a few days to do in-game. Okay, let's just test the landing. Okay, I think we only lost one thing. Yeah, I only lost one thing. Alright, terminate simulation. That was an expensive simulation, damn it. Okay, cannot test anything until I've done some more missions. Okay. I was hoping to do some things with the hopper, but there's nothing I can do until I've completed this upgrade. It's the trouble with the real build preset I built for Kerbal Construction Time. There's a lot of waiting involved, but that's a bit more realistic, so I decided to include it. Okay. Prep for air launch? What's that one? I've never seen it say prep for air launch before. Do I want to do this now? I guess so. See what surveys are available. Okay, flight below. Okay, so I've got Werner's Lament and Manly's Legacy. Let's see where those are. There's the KSC. So, Werner's Lament I can do. Also, there's these observations on the surface that are pretty damn close, but can't do them without not being able to do the other ones. So, Werner's Lament. This is slightly more lucrative, so I'd rather fly and do that. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a Aerial 1 flight with Val. I'm going to sit down. Okay. A lot of plane flights. And definitely looking forward to the runway being up to scratch. Okay. And off we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Don't know what's happening there. Whoa, why are you so maneuverable? That's weird. Alright, so I want to target this one here. Wow, okay, that lifting body has really made you maneuverable. Holy cow. Alright, I need to lower the pitch. Oh, no, lower a lot of things. Okay. Lower that back down to 20 and lower that even down further to 5. Holy cow. Wow, switching out the wing surfaces has really helped the handling of this thing. And I can do a materials bay. I think I will. Nice, cool 10 science. So these are temperature readings. Should be entering the region now. There we go. Burner's Lament. And let's turn and head over there. Oh, whoa, okay. This thing is handling so much better than it did before. Probably a little too much. I'm going to disable pitch for that. Wow, that's incredible, that difference. I think it's just the wings. It's either this at the front or it's these here. I have absolutely no idea. Find her a dust cloud. Oh, altitude limit. Altitude. Limit's not the right word. Altitude record. Ooh. Flying over the mountains, huh? I'd very much like to keep that. It's not going to let me, but just maybe this is also over the mountains. I don't think it is, but if it's not, I can just turn and get something over the mountains as well before getting a good landing on the grasslands. No, this is going to be over grasslands. Damn. But it's okay. I'll turn around, I'll get some observations over the... What's this? Highlands. So many different ones. I think this is just pressure while flying a curve, and so I'm not even getting anything from that. Okay. Overwrite. It still says Highlands. Okay. Alright then, in that case, there's no point even turning around to go to the mountains, so I will X and stage and do that. And hopefully not roll away. Let's turn on the brakes as well. Okay. Whoa! Let's shut these down. Okay. What's that spot on the ground? There's a rock of some sort over there. There's rocks all over the place. No signal. Very strange. Very much may have to build a relay array around Kerbin. Yep, yep. Good, 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 good. Very, very nice. And I can get barometer reading from the surface. Let's get her out. Take some data. Get an EVA report. And board. Lovely little bit of science. It's definitely going to push me towards my goal. And bring back to the SPH. Okay. And a lovely little bit of money as well. Not enough to do what I need to do with it. Oh, what's that? Oh, withstanding acceleration of at least 11G for 3 or more seconds. Ooh. Well done, Val. Alright. Collect data from space around Kerbin. Flight below Kerbin at Valentina's Pitfall. So over here. How long is that gonna last? That is gonna last 2 days. These are right at the surface, right here. Yeah. How long to take to recover the vessel? 1 day. I don't think I can do both. Yeah. I think this is slightly more lucrative. So I'll do this one. 44 days before mission control gets its upgrade. Didn't expect to just be farming for science. And size limits? What? What are you on about, game? Okay. Sure. Okay. Let's see. Heading over to that first, probably. Alright, turn down the volume for me because it's really, really freaking loud. need to remember to actually get the signs from this thing. Uh-oh. Shit. Okay, let's not do that. Let's load the persistence. Okay. It's already there. Okay, I'm going to do a crew report and a temperature reading and a pressure reading. I'm going to EVA with Jeb and get an EVA reading and just take all that data and store it. Here we go. I'm going to make a quick save and just keep an eye on the atmospheric readings. What is happening? Why isn't it working? Okay, we're in the air. Good. It's gonna do a materials bay, but I guess it won't. Okay, so it's actually allowing me to take off before getting to the end of the runway now, which is good. The ideal is for it to take off by itself, but that requires a different wheel layout and wings that actually work. But I'll get there. The next plane. Which almost certainly won't be this stream, but we'll see. I could potentially keep streaming for the next 5 hours. 5 hours? 7 hours. Like, I am free all day. I can keep streaming. Whether I get too tired for that is a different question, but I don't really need... Yeah, I have no plans, so there's nothing stopping me. Arguably, I should have plans, but that's neither here nor there. You either die having fun, or you live long enough to find out if you have plans. I don't know where I'm going with that. Alright, let's turn around. Meow. Just pin that, makes more sense. Terrain. Good. And let's take a sharp turn and head back to the last section. Good. The next plane. I won't need to upgrade the space plane hangar for a while because next plane I'll be able to cut down on parts with the engines and fuel tanks and things like that. So it's just going to be smaller. And I will be able to remove the parachutes because I'll be able to actually land the thing. But this plane I cannot do that. Good. Log pressure data. And I don't think I can leave at the moment, so yeah, just cut the engine. Do I want to try landing at this? No, I don't. I'm just going to. I'm just firing parachutes. my parachute. And I'll get a science junior reading when splashed. I'm a firing my parachute. Oh. Good. Whee! Oh, and I can shut down these engines because they're loud and annoying and stupid. Good. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Good. Another mission success. Hello? Hello? I find it silly that way back when, right near the end of the development, they put in alarm clocks into the game, and they're just so much worse than the existing Kerbal alarm clock. Sploosh. And material study. Yes, another 6 science. Woohoo. I can now recover. I think I've already gotten an EVA report from here. Yeah. Alright. Back to the spaceplane hangar. Ugh. I should get some food. Ooh, I'm actually nearly there. I only need 10 more science, and I'll be able to get the next thingy. And I still don't have enough to upgrade this thing, so that's mission critical. No. A focus atmospheric turn. Engineer's Hill. Is that anywhere near me? Where's the KSC? Engineer's Hill. Okay, that is doable. And that will put me over the edge and allow me to upgrade the astronaut complex. Yes, I think this is going to work. In fact, I can just straight up begin that upgrade now. Request the upgrade. And get the rest of the money with the aerial. Good. So we'll be able to do EVAs, and we'll be able to actually install materials bays onto the hopper and munshot. And it will be good. Now I should probably start the process of upgrading those so I can do that. But I think there's a size limit issue. Family messages. Nope, I want to bring that up again. I think I'm at the part limit. I'm not at the part limit. Good, good. I can actually do this. Now, how I want to do this is... Let's just bring up... Nope, that. Okay. If I install these science juniors on here... How heavy are they? 0.2 tons. So add 0.4 tons to everything. Let's see whether this is successful. Oh, right, because there's these details of the Hopper 4, which is the one that goes to the Mun, so I can at the very least see how this would work for going to the Mun before I even do any of that. And the answer is no. It's actually not going to be a good thing putting all these on there. Well, I'll worry about that one in a minute. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out whether I have enough to do this one. I'm just going to rename this to Munshot 1 to be safe. This is going to be... Yep. This is going to be Hopper 5. Okay, so ISP. This is the Terrier engine. Nope, the wrong way around. Okay, I'm just going to copy from here for the time being. Can edit that in a minute. Why didn't that work? It's supposed to, okay, I'm going to do it this way then. Copy the values. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. So, starting with this is 3.341 and just a single ton of fuel. Oh, and the delta V requirement is only LKO. Okay. Now next we have this stage, which is 12.131 tons with this is a lot of fuel in the lower stage. I didn't think the Hopper 5 needed that much fuel down there. But it does, apparently, so there you go. And then this one, 19.366. But it only has 2 times that. 2 times that. Oof, that just barely has enough fuel now. I'd have to make this absurdly long in order to use this the way I want to. But I need to be able to get those materials bays studies somehow. This is going to be absurdly long. Or I just do multiple missions. I could just make it a little bit absurdly longer. Installing this in there. It still works. What's the weight of that? 0.5625. So add that to all of these. Makes the lower stages obviously a little bit more cumbersome, but makes the upper stage have a lot more fuel. And that'll very easily put it over the edge of making it viable. I hope I can afford the upgrades. Okay, those upgrades cost $4 grand. The Munshot is a different issue. Because it needs to get further. This is what I just calculated already based on what I accidentally did for the Hopper. So if I install both those science tuners, just corroborates that I have the correct data. Any future hoppers won't have that anyway, by the way. If anything, future hoppers will probably have the P module, so it can house more than one person, and will just be going to low Kerbal orbit to pick up people. Whereas this one is going to be doing science. It is 1 over, so I can either get high altitude around Kerbal, or high altitude around Mun. Can't get both. So that's going to be cutting out one thing I can do with this. Let's just corroborate that I got my maths right. I need that part for a solar panel. I need that part for a solar panel. Damn. I can get away with just one of each of these. Because all I need is a pressure reading from high above the Mun and a temperature reading from high above the Mun. So I can get away with that. And that gives me the part count required to either have more solar panels or to do this. Let's corroborate my maths. It does not check out. Okay, so this should be... This is heavier though. So that actually makes it worse. This is 20.974, so yeah, I'm still over what I need. Under what I need, rather. Significantly under. I can remove 0.2 from each of these. And that gives me just a little bit extra. Not a lot extra. That's a problem. Because doing so cut out the 150 meters per second I might need for maneuvering. Motor propellant's already been removed. By removing one of these, I can install one of these and do basically what I just did with the other ship. And that's all well and good, but it still doesn't. It's still missing the opportunity to get a high altitude, which I can do later. It's not the end of the world if I don't. 0.5625. So I'll just do this. Okay, this should now be 2.5 tons of fuel. Okay, that solves that issue. That means I can get to Mun and still have some room to maneuver in case something goes wrong. So I can get back to Kerbal without worrying too much. And then I can get the materials bay observation above, in high altitude above Kerbal. At any other time. So I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. Really am pushing up against part limits though, so if I want to do anything beyond go to the Mun, I'm gonna need to upgrade the VAB, which is very expensive. But I'll get there, and it'll be easier with the bigger mission control. Can I afford these upgrades to the Munshot? I'm about to find out, but I'll do 006 and just save that. Oh, there's an extra 0 at the front. Let's just delete that one. Okay. I'm going to save my changes. I think I have enough money to save these changes. Yeah. Not ideal necessarily, but it'll work. And it's good. It's a framework that'll work for the Moonshot 2, which will just need bigger parts to use. So it'll require probably something like this fuel tank. Or something like that. But we'll see. For now, I'm walking till morning and I'm completing my mission so that I can have the money to work with. Alright, let's launch the area with Jeb. Wait, hang on. Who's been waiting for hungering for a mission? Either of them. Okay, let's just do it with Jeb then. Alright. Crew. These are surface readings. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm probably gonna take a pause to get some food. I did it again. Really looking forward to having a plane that does not require parachutes. But I'm very close to no longer needing this anymore. Once the astronaut complex upgrades are complete, then I can do my moon mission. That's not true. That's not true. Once that's complete and I've got the new tech and added it to the Moonshot, then I will be able to do that. I'll do the materials space study here. Let's just get off the runway. Brakes so that it doesn't do anything stupid. Yep. And let's target that one. Like so. Which accelerates to a decent speed. 20 meters a second should suffice. It's still twice as fast as a car. So, yeah. But it's going to take me a while to roll over there, so, yeah. I guess I'll just do this for a bit. Okay, while it's doing that, nothing should go wrong, it's just rolling. I'll get there sooner than I'm thinking of. Okay, I have probably like this here. It'll still display what I need to display, and then I can have Restream open over here. There we go. It's not displaying the way I wanted it to display. Guess not then. Turns out having three... Oh, boy. Wait. Brake. You stop. Come on, come to the stop, please. Come to a stop. Come on. Thank you. EVA reports. Very nice board. And let's get tough brakes and accelerate to 20. That happened quicker than I expected. I need like 10 meters a second to do this. Let's not trigger the parachutes. Oh, that was easy. Stop. Good. EVA. Okay. EVA reports. Did that do it? Nice. Easy. That's an easy amount of money, and that just tops off my coffers, and I can return this vehicle to the space plane hangar. Alright, I am going to need some food, because I am hungry. So, I'm going to... Oh, yes! That gives me just enough science as well. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Finally get the solar panels so I can go to the moon. Oh, I can turn up the volume on my end. Right. So that tech is finally underway. So I am going to just bring us to the tracking station, and I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and when I'm back, play some more of this game. Boo! Okay. Lower everything down. And get the big toots again. Gimme, 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 gimme. And let's turn the heater on. It's getting cold. Okay. Alright, so I time warped to when the mission control was finished. I want to see if I can get some new thingamies there. I think it was mission control. Yeah. Yeah. So I can do a bunch of missions now. Space around Kerbin, definitely going for that. Probably not just yet, though. Part testing, heat shield, no P, re-entry model on the launch site. Really? That probably costs more than it'll give me. The inline cockpit, no. And obviously there's a bunch of these I actually can't do any of those. The runway is also nearly complete, so let's just time warp until that's done, because that will be very nice to have. It's probably worth doing one more plane mission, just to get me a bit of extra cash. But apart from that, really don't need to worry. Also, it'll be nice to test out the new runway that's going to be built in one. There it is. Shouldn't have planes veering off the runway anymore, I hope. Take a look at mission control. Still above certain distance, so yeah, it's not all that good. Tourist missions, which I can't do yet. Really, the one that's on the mind is the Munshot mission, but I can't do that until the astronaut complex is complete. So, still kind of dead in the air for the time being. So let's get electrics. Let's add that to the Munshot, so I can actually use that. So I can actually take it to the Mun. And yeah. After this mission, the definite next step is to save up enough money to upgrade the tracking station. That'll be the next goal, and beyond that, we'll see. Because a lot of these things, you don't really need the next upgrade for a while. This upgrade is the next one, and it's a while before you run out of uses for the tech you have. Let alone get the next R&D upgrade. So, you know. For most cases, once I upgrade these things the first time, that's the last time I'll need to upgrade them for a long time. So, not any big deal there. But I will go into the Munshot and I will add the solar panel. The singular solar panel, because I can't actually... I know the part economy to add any more than one. I genuinely don't. So I'm putting a single solar panel to the front, and I have to just remember to have the ship face this way. Down. Yep, I know. I move it in, like so. And for future missions, I'm going to have to do something interesting. But I'm probably going to have to upgrade the VAB before the next moon mission. And or get more parts. So I don't know what I'm going to do there. But I know what I'm going to do for this moon mission. And that's good enough for me. There are a few new things that are interesting. Like the Protobodyne Octo, which means I can do some other interesting satellite missions. So that is worth a look. Let's just save this. Alright. satellite missions. It's not giving me any satellites at the moment. But certainly worth looking into. So go new and go 007. And let's call this floater 1. Which also allows me to do rescue missions and tourist missions, but tourist missions aren't very cost effective because, well, you're not getting much money out of it. It takes such a lot of money to rebuild the ship, so it's not really worth it. But I can send things into space for other reasons. Okay, so I can do that. Let's do that. Okay. Just making it an all-rounder, basically. Do need to install a couple of those. Oops. I need reaction wheels, otherwise I can't do this. Right. Still can't do satellites. Got it. Can't do satellites. But I'm closer to being able to do satellites. I need flight control to do satellites. What I'm actually doing next, I don't know. I need this to go further. If I want to do satellite missions, I need this. And ideally this, but it's not necessarily necessary. Better plane missions, but anything I can do with this stuff, I can already do with the plane I have. It's just that it'll be easy to fly and easy to land. So debatable, that one. And I need the landing gear, really. That's really the thing I need for the plane. So yeah, good question as to what the next step actually is. But let's not worry about that for now. Let's worry about the current step, which is finishing up the moonshot so it can be launched. Hopper, not really big reason to use it yet because it'll cost more to launch it than I'll get back from completing this. So I'll save that. Actually, yeah, I'll save that for when I'm ready to use it. When I have launched it, just sort of wondering, because at some point I will be doing rescue missions, so I guess we'll see. I'm not going to worry about that for now. Let's just leave it as it is. Just not get distracted. Just going to finish these productions, finish the upgrade of the astronaut complex, and go to the moon. I'll tell you what I will do. I will try and get to the end of that one. Yeah. Or I'll just check when that completes. See what missions there are. It's worth it. Hot test, heat shield, launch site. That's stupid. Yes, I can get satellite missions, but I can't do anything with them yet, so let's not worry about it. On the service at a bunch of sites. Above, certain above distance, below. Okay. Manly's oversight. Will be nice to do these satellite missions, but I need another 45 science. No, it's too far away. So, let's do the time warp again. No, I'm just done waiting. I want to go to the moon. Needs a science gotten back from the moon to get the reaction wheel upgrade so I can do satellite missions. And it will be good. We're going to roll out the moonshot. We're going to the moon. We're doing it. Okay. All right, let's finally launch to the moon. Now, I can't target the moon. So I actually need to know where the moon is in relation to the... Whoops. Well, where am I? Here. I need to know where the moon is in relation to the KSC. So there's the moon at the moment. Okay, I want to launch basically at evening. The moon is just a bit far away. Bit across the horizon. Okay. Oops. I'm going to press M to leave the map. I'm going to create a quick save here. I'm going to launch the Munshot with Val. Val will be the first one to go anywhere near the moon. And the first Kerbal. Just double checking I'm clicking the right thing. I don't want to screw this up. Yep, Munshot. Launch. We're going to the moon! We're not going to land on the moon, but we're going to the moon. Okay. Not going to use this materials bay until I'm in the Mun sphere of influence, so I'm gonna Alt F5 here as well. Okay. Launch. Let's get to 5 degrees immediately. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got a problem. I'm gonna have to do this manually then, because valve steering is going to get us nowhere. Having 3 fins appears to be a complete disaster. But that's okay, because I do know how to fly this manually. I need to go slightly south of there as well in order to get that lined up. Okay, good. That wasn't the plan, but that's okay, because future launches will be relatively easy. Okay, I want to go as horizontal as I can. Okay, there we go. Okay. Where is the moon? Moon's beyond the horizon. Okay. It wasn't ideal, but it'll do. I want to face that way, so I'm getting some electric power. Okay, I'm out of the atmosphere. Just need to see the moon. Okay. Going to burn just a little bit to circularize a little bit. And then I should be able to go to the moon without issue. Okay. Okay. Now I can just point at the moon. We should be good. It's been a long time since I've done this properly. A long time since I've done this without patch conics too. More importantly. Definitely have enough fuel. I did this calculation well. Now, what I don't remember is the exact distance I need there. Shit, what the hell? I'm going back in the atmosphere. Okay. I miscalculated, because of course I did. But I should be going up now. Once I leave the atmosphere, I'm going to quick save. How have I not done that yet? It's very hard without patch conics. It really is. Okay. In space, Alt F5. Alright. Let's shut down the engine. And I'm going to face this away. And rotate the ship so that once we're out of Kerbal shadow, we will get the sunlight. Oh, I forgot something very important. I need to extend the antenna. There we go. Oh, and I'm not quite facing the sun, so let's just rotate that way. Go. Oh, and shadows keep doing a weird thing. I think it's a planet shine bug. Don't know, though. Alright, let's see if I actually get caught by the moon. And then I'll have to see whether I can get home. If I don't get caught by the moon, then I'm going to have to reload my quick save. I didn't get caught by the moon. Okay. I need to Alt F9 to my most recent quick save. I need to accelerate. There we go. That's as much as I dare. And same deal. I'm going to face the top here. And rotate, and then accelerate. Oops. Oh, persistent rotation. I forgot. That's good enough. Full battery, very nice. Oh, shoot. I need to extend the thingamy. It's fine. Oh, while I'm in space... No, I'm not going to bother until I'm close. Oh, I do have ground stations, so why do I keep losing signal? So weird. Okay, let's see if the moon actually catches us this time. Come on, buddy. Come on, our old friend, the moon. Really? Oh, it did it. Okay. We are now around the moon. So, let's log the temperature. Get a material study. Get a goo. And a barometer. And I can finally do my first ever EVA. Well, not my first ever EVA, but my first EVA. Uh-oh. Why is stuff running out? Okay. Yep, board. Crew report. Good. No, I still have food, water, and oxygen, so it's fine. Alright. Not my first ever. Of course, I've played this game before, a lot of times. But, 1,500 hours on this thing. But first of those things for here and now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop it. Orbital. Oh, let's just... Okay, I'm here now, so let's see. What does the trajectory say? It says I go into Kerbal, so I need to accelerate outward. I need to radial out. Okay. Before I do anything else, let's just take an AVA report up here. Good. Okay, so... I don't know what's the right altitude. It's so hard to tell. I'm going to have to do another quick save here. Okay. Shut down the engine, please. Okay, let's just point there. Alright. Should be good. So let's add a new alarm to when we are in. I cannot do that yet. Okay. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to have to do this manually then. Normally I set an alarm to tell me when I'm close enough to the periaps. That's not going to happen. Surely I have enough food to last? Yes, I do. Okay. Alright. Okay, time to point radial again. And let's detach that stage. And let's retract that, and let's point retrograde. Let's hope I don't burn up in the atmosphere. If I do, I have a quick save, because cheating. Kaboom! Yep, got enough for later. Looks to me like it was a little bit off, like I had the periaps a bit too high, but I think we're good. We are not good. No, it's fine. We're going to go down again. We're still slowing down, and we won't leave the atmosphere. We're just going to do a little bit of hop, and then we'll be down again. Yeah, okay. That's relief. Stage destroyed. We've explored the Mun, done a bunch of wild stones, and we have destroyed a stage. Alright, if I'd gone just a little bit higher, I would have bounced off the atmosphere and run out of food. So, preferably I've just gone straight down, but it's okay. Okay. Good. Very good. Ooh, what's that? I can do a temperature reading from here. Alright, it's Alt-L. Wait, I'm over a mountain? Uh-oh. This could be a bumpy ride down. I have absolutely no idea. I can't really see a thing. And neither can you. What I might as well do is just that. Just get a little bit of light. Okay, I think it's fine. I don't think it's too slopey here. I should be able to get her out now. Let's take the data, take that data, do an EVA report in this precarious situation. And I should be able to... Oh, I can't temperature report then. Okay. I've got a decent amount of science from this mission, so I should be able to do some fun things. And yeah, it looks quite flat if just high altitude, so I'm not too worried. I'm gonna kaplunk. Boof. Alright, we're good. Let's EVA, get some data. Get an EVA report, and oh, we're in Highlands! Oh, great. Oh, well. We're so close to the actual mountains. Okay. Well, I'll recover the VAB. Mission success, baby. Oof, that's a cool amount of science. Very, very nice. And Val's leveled up. Sweet. I can get flight control, so I can do satellites. Sorry, excuse me. I can do one other thing. I can either wait and get another one of these, or I can get this right now. And that just makes launching things a little bit easier. I don't see any reason at this point to wait, because most things I can do right now, so I'm going to do... The only issue with that is it adds part count to the VAB, which I can't really deal with. I don't have to use these in every mission, but it does make things easier, so... I think I will, though. Yeah. Delay things a little bit. And a cool amount of money, but the goal is to upgrade the tracking station next, and then the VAB. So... I need more science, because I was gonna get fuel systems for that fuel tank. Basically, though, I'm at the point where I need to do a lot of missions, get a lot of money. Moon of satellites. Let's take a look at these moon of satellites. I need to upgrade the VAB as soon as I can, because I'm not going to be able to land on Mun before I do that. Now, the other thing I will want to do at some point is get relay satellites around the Mun. I have relay antenna I can use, but yeah. I do like both these missions, though. And if I can do them with relay satellites, that'll make things easier in future. That's a good amount of science and a good amount of money, so both of those are very worth it. They're 10-year missions as well, so yeah. Plant flag on the Moon. That's not happened for a while. I can combine science data with those missions. Explore Kerbal. Rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit. It hasn't given me rescue missions yet, strangely. But I think I would like to do that. No, I'll do the... I'll see if I get one for orbiting the moon. Flight above, flight below. It's Mercado's Solitude. Kerban's Courage. And Dinkelstein's Tranquility. Okay, it's Dinkelstein's Tranquility. So I can do that one. That also gives me a little bit of money, a little bit of science. This one here. Just a little bit of money, a little bit of science. The point where it's slowly becoming less worth it. But it's something. And I think it's worth it. To another flight. And tourist missions. But yeah. I almost feel like I want to stop for the day. But no, I'm going to keep going now. Until I really, really can't, I'm going to keep going. Have some fun. Let's just time the end of that contract to see what I get after it. And let's go to morning and launch the aerial. I'm going to fill the tanks and launch. Okay. Should be better flight this time. So let's just well, let's just go into this menu and delete all my quick saves again. Okay, and I will F5. Okay, and we'll turn down my volume because it's loud and noisy and annoying. And I will target that one there. Just check all the instruments for anything that I can get. Nope, okay. F5 again. And let's take off the brakes and fire. And let's just check the aerodynamic forces, just make sure it doesn't swerve. It shouldn't with the new runway, I hope. But I'm about to find out. Does input more flight, more launch force. Oh, yep, okay, we're good. Sweet, and it was definitely more stable than the new runway. Very, 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 very nice. Alright. We are making progress. But the real progression of this game is exploring every planet and moon in the Kerbal system. And for that, I am a very long way off. Like, if I'm lucky enough to be able to keep this going, the Kerbal Saturdays program, for years, for like a year or two, I may be able to get further than I've ever gone before. But we'll see. Alright. Where is the thing? It's that direction. Yeah. If there's anything I can get over Kerbal Shores. If there was anything, it's already gone. Oh, what was the temperature readings? Gotcha. Turn around. Neat. Definitely have to send Jeb up on the next moon mission. Up. Because, Dal's been further than he has, and he's been stuck doing plane missions. Okay, good. Good. Okay, let's take a nice steep nosedive and prep parachutes. Uh-oh. What have I done? Okay, we're good. Let's not accidentally break the parachutes. That'd have been embarrassing. Yeah. And shut down these loud, annoying engines. And so the thing about these engines, not only are they loud themselves, but you need to have so many of them that they just get louder and louder. It's not great. I might want to pause briefly at some point soon to put on some proper food, because all I've had is a sandwich since 11. But yeah, I might get the time warp going and then head up and start some food, some dinner, some lamb. Sploosh. Alright, and oh, that's interesting. Why is it allowing me to do this? What do you mean Cabbage Shores? Really? Sure, I'll take it. Materials-based study. And a crew report. And an EVA report. Probably could have done an EVA report in the air, but it's a bit scary when it's a plane. Alright. Recover to the SPH. Nice amount of science and stuff. Okay, so now what are we doing? We are upgrading the tracking station. That's what we're doing. That'll make future missions easier. And it'll allow maneuver nodes, because I already upgraded the mission control, so that is good. That is very good. But now I'm poor again, I need to wait before I can upgrade this. This is definitely the next thing upgrade. I will not need to upgrade the spaceplane hangar for a very long time, because most planes are pretty light on parts. Even when you get to the larger airplane pieces, like, you still only use relatively few of them. So it won't be until I'm doing actual proper space planes that I need to upgrade the spaceplane hangar. Yeah. The astronaut complex I can leave as is forever, because it limits you to 12 active Kerbals, but that doesn't count when you rescue Kerbals. So you can just rescue infinite amount of Kerbals. So I could leave it at level 2 forever and just save myself the money. I might do that eventually when I'm rich enough. Strategy is useful when you're getting a lot of one resource and you want other resources. But not something I desperately need right now. Later on, I might convert science into reputation or something. I will need to upgrade this in order to go to the other planets, but I'm a long way from having the technology to go to other planets. It's worth noting that even here I don't really have the technology. This is great for going to Mimus and things, but in order to get to Duna and Eve and Moho and maybe Drez, I need these sorts of things. So, since I've already discovered Mimus, I really don't need to upgrade the observatory yet. Tracking station again is on its way. Launchpad. I won't need to upgrade that again until I have really gigantic vessels being launched. And even that won't be for a while. Those things I can do without it. So really, it's just the vehicle assembly bay, and then I'm good for the time being. Yeah. Speaking of the time being, what is the trick? Finally, a rescue mission. I'm going to accept this. And when the Munshot one returns, I'm going to start using it to build a smaller rescue mission. Wow, it's taking a long time to do that. Oh, I've got 3 things. What am I going to do? Get a bit of research going. Do I want development? I'll leave development. Let's put in, let's put 1 into rate 2. And 1 into... Let's put another one into the spaceplane hangar. Sounds like a plan. What am I doing right now? Oh, upgrading the speed of one of these things sped up the launch pad. That's interesting. Yeah, let's start just by recovering this vessel and start building a rescue mission. I will just launch the Hopper 5. I can just do it now. I don't need to worry. I just want to get that out of the way. Right, but launch 007 0007 is going to be Rescue 1. Or Rescue Mark 1. Rescue Mark 1. And it's basically going to be a Hopper 5. Like, this thing is pretty well suited to anything. Just double check my calculations. Nope. Oh, when I didn't have it open, it wasn't showing. Hopper 1. Hopper 5, there we go. Let's do the proper maths here. 18.66. And next, it's 11.731. And 2.941. And I'll change this color to that. To that. Should be exactly 1 ton fuel. Yep, perfect for a rescue mission. However, I need to add 1 part to it. I actually need to change parts to it. I'm going to add that part. I can remove that. And I might as well add solar panels. Okay. I am tempted to order a pizza. I don't think I will, though. So I can do better than that. Come on. Okay, don't want that there. That's rotated that way. Okay. Yep. I don't really need the Communitron, but I'll do it anyway. Let's bring that down, like so. Let's bring that up there, actually. Check the center of mass. Concerned that it won't land properly. Let's do. Was that worth it? I don't think that was worth it. Because I already have the electricity. Doesn't really drag the mass down at all. It's fine. There we go. So it's now 3.081. It's now 11.871. And that is 19.106. Should be... It's not really enough delta V. I'd rather have a little bit more on there. Do a full tank instead. So it's now 4.206, and that's 2. It's overkill, really. That instead. 3.644 and do 1.5. 19.669. And 12.434. Enough to maneuver without going overkill. And should have control, which means I can take tourists or do rescue missions without problem. So that is now 0007. Rescue Mark 1. Okay. That should be good. Let's see if I can save some money and rescue these stages. To do that, I need these. Don't think I can rescue this middle stage, I'll be honest. Yeah, it's only got a 40% chance of survival. So that's not happening. That's okay. Okay, save that. And I'll name this the Rescue 1. That's not right. Okay. Save that. Then I can name it the Rescue Mark 1. Rescue 1. Oh, fuck, I did it again. I need to actually move this away. There we go. Then I can save it, and then I can rename it. Clearly I'm tired and hungry. Alright, so let's go do its thing. I definitely need a pause to get some food going. Or do the silly thing and order a pizza, which I don't want to do. So I'm going to leave you on this screen, on this ambient noise. I'll be back in a minute. We're back a little bit earlier than I thought. There's not really much else to do. I suppose I could get one thing. I may end up having to panic and jump out from the seats if the pot boils over, but we'll see. What am I actually doing right now? Guess I'll recover this to the VAB. Oh no. I think that's the wrong one. No, that was the SVH. Why did it say VAB? That was weird. Yeah, let's take a look at some missions, I suppose. I can't create the... Oh, what am I talking about? Of course I can start making the satellites. Just need 2 of the same thing. I'm actually going to do one other thing. Hold on. Turning on a light. Just make it look good. Now, I'm going to start something brand new. Just going to see... I didn't save it before, so I'll start again. 0008. Floater 1. Nope, flow A to 1. Alright, and doing that. Nope, I need you to zoom in, please. Thank you. Okay. Do that. No, I won't. I will do that, and then I'll do this. Here we go. I'll install the reaction wheel there when it unlocks. For now, let's just do this. Yeah, 3 of those. Be inefficient, but I wanted to put the thingamy in here. Unitron, there it is. Just the one. And I'll do this. Okay. And I want all the instruments in here. not sure where to place that one, but I'll do this. I guess I'll do this on the side here. Here we go, that should do. I'll push it a bit further back. We'll go into the reaction wheel. That should be fine. I need to move this slightly up. 3, no, 2. Okay, that's not going to work. Can do that. Here we go. Okay. There's that. Close that. And let's pop one of these things on top, if I can figure out where it is. There it is. And I want... How heavy is this thing? Half a ton, so I want to give it that much fuel with that tank engine, and do that. And do that. Alright, so I open that. This one here is now floater Mark 1. In fact, that's a good point. This should be Mark 1. Okay, so I'll do it from this backwards, since it makes sense. So the vacuum engine is the Terrier, which is 3.5. Wet mass is 2.135. The mass of the fuel is 1 ton. Already plenty of fuel. Probably too much. I can even scale it down a little bit by instead using this tank. And let's just put it into there so it doesn't look as ugly. So now it is 1.573 tons, mass of 0.5, fuel mass of 0.5. But that's not necessary, because I can in fact do this, and then it'll also be able to go to the Mun. This is not a relay satellite, is the only issue. I'll need miniaturized parts and a bigger VAB to properly do a relay network, so... let's just try this for now, and we'll see what happens. Thrust is 60, percentage is 100, G is 9.8. Nope, that's not going to help. 9.8. Gonna have a lot of thrust weight ratio. A lot of thrust compared to its weight. I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay. Do these have colors? Sort of. Okay. It's gonna look weird for a moment. What I'm trying to grab is this equals the swivel engine. 675. Just going to double check something. Seems good. This is 2. No, it's 4 tons. Copy those across. Alright, so the max that this needs to do is get into moon orbit. It's not going to be a return mission, so it's just that. 10.925, 6 tons. Still have plenty of parts available. What are you doing? Game, what are you doing? Thank you. Bum bum. Let's do that. And that, I suppose. What can I do? What else can I do? I can make it launch straight using the thingamy. I need both those parts available, so let's just leave it as. So for this one, I can equal this to Thumper equals 2 times that. 18.16. And the fuel mass, which is basically this one here. No, it's this one here. And 9.8. It's still short. So I might go over. Just check, make sure it's not boiling over. Seems to be fine. I'm getting a bit tired, so stopping might be something I need to do at some point soon. So that increases this quite significantly. 3.28 and 2. It's basically now doing most of the work of orbital maneuvering and escaping the atmosphere, which is concerning. So I might want to do a test. Run a simulation to see exactly how this thing handles. I'm going to start production on 1. It's not going to be a fair. Oops. It's not going to be a fair test on how this thing handles until. I'm just going to load it. Hang on. I'll keep it named this. It's not going to be a fair test on how this thing handles until I have the launch clamp. So I'm going to build it. Let's do that and that. Let's build it. Going to have to see what happens. How long until that tech? 42 days. Okay. Okay. Get some missions, see what's going on. I have 2 moon missions to do. Probably with separate satellites, but yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Ah, wow. Bring Moonstone back. I'm gonna do that once I've landed. Specific. Why did you speak of? Okay, specific order of Kerbin. That's better. Yeah, it's probably. I know exactly what's going on there. Return him. I'm going to get a couple more Kerbal ladies back, and then start working on the equality. Still saying rendezvous around Kerbin. Sure, I'll pick that up. And I'm pretty sure I like this, but I want to go and take a look first. Yep, I like it. Bing. I'll make that the first one I do, and then I'll do the moon ones. Be a while before I'm doing any of these things. I think I'm running out of steam. Might have to end up calling it soon, because I've been doing this for the last 8 hours. And if we're just doing this all as the evening, I may just shut down. So, I think for the sake of my own sanity, I'm going to call it here. Just not what I wanted to do, but I'll take it. Yeah, I'll call it. I shall, when I next come back, try and remember what I was doing to do with the float. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a few more things, just so I don't forget. What was Apple 5 going to be doing? It was going to get Materials Bay in upper atmosphere at orbit. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that mission, and then I will upgrade the tech, take a look at what I can do with the floater, and then I'm going to call it for the evening. Just double check the food. Make sure it's not going to... Looks fine. Okay. Alright, let's roll this out. Okay. Let's launch the hopper. Oh, let's do a quick save first. And launch the hopper 5 with Val. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, with Val. It's automatically giving me the one who's had the least missions, funnily enough. I kind of like that. Don't remember it doing that before. Okay. It is asking me to do this from the launch pad, but I'm not going to. Alright, we're just going to go to altitude. And into orbit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fine. Let's get up to speed. Okay. Must just be the attitude of the... Must just be the power of these that's causing it to just wobble all over the place. That's concerning. Okay, I need you to not do that. I would like for you to stop. Well, I successfully gravity turned just way earlier than I intended to. It also could be wobbling because it's so long. Oh boy. Going way too fast. But at least I now have a target for where the actual orbital altitude is. So that'll help. Let's head over to there. Okay. Let's target that. Okay. Good. Alt L. Let's EVA here. I should be safe. Next data, and I'm going to board. Okay. And soon I'll be in space. And EVA because I forgot to when I was coming back from the Mun. Okay. And I can really actually circularize, but I just realized that I don't need to do that. This thing was just getting the science from the material bay, and that's it. So, you can just... oh, shoot, no, down. Okay. Collect data. Good. I need to get back in the cockpit now. Okay. Grab, and let's go. Board. Good. So I'm going to be a bit wasteful and just eject because I don't need to orbit with this one. I don't know why there's no signal. Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I need to do something about the launch fins, but I'll figure that out next time. One thing I might not figure out next time is that I need to edit the satellites, so... yeah. Kaboom! Okay, let's probably shoot. Smash. Okay. Good. Oh, I can get a few things. Observe the goo. No sciencey things I can do. Can I get an EVA report? I cannot, which means I probably can't get a crew report. No. But I can recover this to the VAB, and yeah. I should probably prepare this thing for the next mission. Whatever that ends up being. Probably a moon or orbit. But it's not going to matter because the Rescue 1 is going to take forever to build anyway, so I can just leave the Hopper 5 in here. I have more science. What do I want to get? This, probably, because it makes it more likely I can get into orbit of and from the moon. What do I actually need for the little satellites? I need this. With this, and I guess the stack separators, the mini stack separators from this, I'd be able to make the relay satellites. That comes at just a monetary cost, though. I think it's worth it, though. With Patch Conics and the fuel I have, I should be able to do flybys to get signs from below anyway, so yeah. I'm going to do this, start the process of getting the relay satellites going. And yeah. Alright, just a couple things to do before the end of the day, I think, and then I will finish, because I am very tired. It's been a long day of kerbaling, with the first 90 minutes being completely worthless. Just double check, make sure nothing's boiling over. Nope, it's all good. Flight control. Okay, that's what I needed. I should be able to edit the floater. Do that. No, I'll do that. No, I'll do that. I'll do that first. Edit that. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to grab... Well, first of all, I want to reduce the attitude of this. Reduce this authority to just 10 degrees. Second thing I want to do is grab... I don't remember where it is. It's here. Okay. Let's grab this and add just one of those here. And do that. We do need to know how it's going to handle, so I need to do a couple of things. But first, I need to add reaction wheels. There we go. Let's see how this handles. Run a simulation. And close the thing at the top. actually. Okay, it's fine. When it reaches 100 meters per second, I can remove the reaction wheels. Good. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, this should just basically pull itself over with exactly perfect timing. I spent a very long time practicing how to launch things without uh, reaction wheels, without rotation lock. It's not the right term, but you know what I mean. Which allowed me to figure out how to launch these properly. Okay, I think it handles pretty well. Yeah, I think we're good. And I would gain control and continue to target and aim to the right spot. As long as this booster gets it mostly out of the atmosphere, we should be fine. Yeah. And then this last stage has got so much delta V that I can just get anywhere with it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think we're good. I will save that, get it in production, get a 3 of them into production. And that'll be the end. Proto Mark 1. Alright, let's build 1. Build 2. And save the 3rd. I need to edit all 3 and close the bay. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb. I'm not dumb. I'm tired. I'm tired. That's what's happening. I'm getting obvious things wrong. Yep, close that. Save edits. But it seems to handle itself pretty well, so I'm not too worried about it anymore. And all should be good. I'm just going to briefly check. I do have an upgrade. I'm going to... I can't activate the 3rd one yet. That's annoying. Do I want to waste some funds on that? I'll waste some science on it. It's not letting me. I'll waste some funds. Can I get the 3rd one? No. Why is it not letting me get the 3rd one? It's annoying. Alright, I'll put it into research. Why not? Okay, so one last thing I need to do is I need to save the blueprint so that I can just make them without issue. Yep. Close that. Save that. Okay. Okay, we're done for now. I am not doing any more tonight. I'm just going to get myself confused. So, we're going to put a proper save in the game. And this is going to be progress. Okay, yeah, progress. Week 1. Not really a quick save, it's persistent, but still. Alright, go to the main menu. Alright then. Oh, that's finally over for the day. And I was going to go until later tonight. Why can't I hear the menu music? That's weird. Well, regardless, that is the end for today. Tomorrow, not streaming. I'm busy. And Sundays are probably going to be just for relaxing anyway. Monday, I am intending to stream Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but we shall see how I feel. Tuesday, I'll be busy. Wednesday, again, we'll see. Thursday and Friday are up in the air for personal reasons, but we shall see. And then, of course, next Saturday, I'll be back with more Kerbal Saturdays Program. In the meantime, if you're still watching, do feel free to drop a like if you haven't already, or subscribe on YouTube and give me a like on YouTube if you enjoy the stream. But until next time.